Paula Boyd, also known to some as Paulita, was beloved by many, an H-E-B employee who coworkers say was a favorite to many customers. But one day, those coworkers grew concerned. On October 21st, 2015, after Boyd did not show up to work or answer her phone, a coworker went to check on her, but found a gruesome crime scene in her apartment. Boyd had been beaten, strangled, sexually assaulted, and robbed. Her autopsy revealed she died of blunt force trauma and strangulation. With no sign of forced entry into the home, investigators turned their attention to other factors. A day later, they noticed Boyd's debit card was being used. Surveillance cameras caught a man named R.C. Curtis trying to use Boyd's debit card at a gas station. Two other men were also accused of using Boyd's cards. Curtis, no stranger to Boyd, he was married to her granddaughter at the time. In November, Curtis was arrested for credit card abuse and fraudulent use of identifying information. During Curtis's arrest, police collected his DNA. 4 months later, results revealed that his DNA matched to DNA found at the crime scene.
Well, the victim did know the suspect and probably felt comfortable opening the door for the suspect when he went in the house.
On March 1st, 2016, Curtis was officially charged with capital murder. Though it wasn't till years later, on November 1st, 2021, that he sat in front of a jury. Days after the trial began, it was halted. The defense was arguing that prosecutors revealed new evidence too late, including 2 DVDs that could point to other possible suspects. Judge Stephanie Boyd decided to declare the case a mistrial. A month later, even more new evidence was discovered. The state submitted new blood evidence from the medical examiner. In 2022, a retrial was expected, but the defense filed an appeal to stop a retrial from happening. It would take 2 years for that to be settled. In the summer of 2024, an appeals court denied the request and the retrial could move forward. Judge Stephanie Boyd set the date for December 2024. A couple days before a jury was to be picked, another delay. Defense attorney Charles Bunk told the judge prosecutors told him more evidence was discovered. This was from Paula Boyd's cell phone. Judge Stephanie Boyd had enough.
There was a mistrial because the defense didn't get the discovery. And now we're back here for a discovery. I don't understand why everyone is waiting to the last minute to accomplish things.
She ordered weekly hearings with both sides and the lead detective to comb through the entire case. During those hearings, more evidence was found. But by March 2025, they completed that process and Judge Boyd set the retrial date. August 18th, jury selection, and testimony to begin on August 19th.
Now, if found guilty, Curtis would automatically be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. We are live streaming this case gavel to gavel. You can watch on all of our digital platforms. And so watch with us to see if Paula Boyd gets justice. Erica Hernandez, KSAT 12 News.
State versus R.C. Curtis. Could I have parties announced for the record, please? And for the defense?
Charles Blunkett and Lindsay Shaw for Mr. Curtis.
All right, and you're Mr. Curtis?
He's coming. I'm going to bring him up.
Okay. All right, so the court is in receipt of the defendant's motion in limine. State, have you had a chance to review the motion in limine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to number one?
No objections to number one, Your Honor.
Any objections to number two?
No objections to number two.
Any objection to number three? Well, let me ask, is there any reputation evidence that the state is going to seek to admit?
In fashion, Your Honor, we will approach first.
All right. All right, I don't understand number four. Transactions in question?
Well, that's mostly regarding the statement from the defendant, but we can address that at that time.
All right. So I believe, as in the previous trial, the defense is going to object to the admission of the defendant's statement. So if y'all are seeking to admit the defendant's statement, we'll just have the jury step outside for a moment and y'all can object. Okay.
Okay.
All right. The fact that number five, any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Number six is not allowed. Any objection?
No objections.
Number seven, any objection?
No objections.
Oh, eight, any objection? Number nine, any objection?
No objections.
Number 10.
Your Honor, that may be derived from any reasonable person just on cross-examination.
All right, when you say that the prosecutor has not expressed an opinion that the defendant is guilty, are you saying that the state is not allowed to state, allegedly, the defendant did A, B, C, and D, and this points to his guilt?
Prior to closing arguments, yes.
So you're saying in closing arguments...
In closing arguments, they can say that we believe the evidence
All right.
indicates it.
So that's what you mean by that?
Yes, Judge.
And in opening argument, as the state outlines what the jury can expect to hear and characterize it, it's not argument, but it is my customary that we believe when we come back in. I'm going to ask you.
Well, this is the court's ruling on that. The state is allowed to say in their opening statements whatever you expect the evidence to show, and after we presented every evidence, we're going to ask that you find the defendant guilty. You can put it in terms that way, but saying we believe he's guilty, the court is not going to allow you to say we believe he's guilty. You can just do your statement that way.
Understand.
And I think that's normally how it's done. Any objections to that?
No, Judge. That's
All right. 11, well, that's not allowed.
No objection.
All right, number 12. That's more towards closing, and we can take that up at closing, so I can get a better understanding.
Yes, Judge.
Number 13. I think that's shifting the burden, so you're not allowed to shift the burden.
No objection.
Number 14.
What are you asking for in 14 defense?
Just to make sure they don't try to, anything that would be hearsay that they approach before they offer anything into evidence that would otherwise be deemed as hearsay.
All right. And in this court, I will tell you what makes it easier for the court reporter. If you are showing an officer or somebody an exhibit, i.e. their police report, if you will mark those as well, and you can mark those as the letters in the alphabet, if you want to mark them as letters in the alphabet and keep the things that you're seeking to admit as numbers. All right. Number 15. Let's see. Well, that's just a request for, all right, whenever you want a hearing
Yes, Judge.
on an expert, just let the court know.
Yes,
And
Judge.
if you'll let the defense know when you're calling in an expert, and if y'all want a hearing outside the presence of the jury, because I think 15 is asking for a hearing outside the presence of the
Yes,
jury.
Judge.
All right. Number 16. Do you have any expert who's going to say a witness is being truthful?
No, Your Honor.
Well, yes, in that multiple witnesses on the side of the state took polygraphs and failed. In fact, witnesses that are going to testify took polygraphs and failed. So, I want to make sure that that's not ignored or set aside.
So are you saying, from reading your number, it appears that you don't want anyone to testify that they believe any witness is being truthful?
Correct. Whether or not someone's truthful is the purview of the jury.
Yes. No, I'm just trying to
That's what
understand.
I'm-
Yes.
Right.
We understand that, Your Honor, and if I may also, my understanding of the law was at the first trial, polygraphs, in fact, that they were used are inadmissible, cannot be discussed or raised before a jury. If I could get ahead after the defense.
So are you asking that the defense not bring up any polygraphs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you're not allowed to bring up any polygraphs. If you're seeking to do that, just approach and I'll have a hearing on that. And in state, you're not allowed to have any witness say that they believe someone else is truthful. All right. Let me see. Number 17, we already addressed that. That's with regards to the defendant's statement. And they'll approach on that, and we'll do that outside the presence of the jury. All right, number 18. Be sure to remind your witnesses, and for you state, you're not to refer to anybody as a victim until it's proven that they are a victim. So if you can let your witness know, they can refer to the person as the complainant, or you can refer to the person by name.
Understood, Your Honor.
Number 19, you all need to approach if you think that's relevant, and we can have a hearing on that outside the presence of the jury. And there's two number 19, so.
That's bad on me. We'll do 19 and 19A if the court doesn't mind.
No, that's fine. Seems like 19, 19A, and 20 all have to do with alleged prior bad acts. Just approach.
All right.
All right, 21. I don't know what notice the defense has been given in regards to that.
There's been a disclosure given to the defense from a state's witness of comments with the complainant about her then existent state of mind as it relates to the defense.
All right, so then if the defense has not been given notice, then we need to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury. And then 22, I don't see why that needs to be done outside the presence of the jury.
At the last trial, the jury heard evidence that the court ruled was inadmissible and had to instruct the jury. So to avoid that same issue, I'm asking that we approach and do it this way rather than having to deal with jury instructions and those types of, I mean, unless we're gonna, I mean, that's why it's specifically worded this way.
All right, State, from what I remember from the last trial, and if I'm correct, correct me, there was someone, I think the detective, who ended up going to an ATM machine and pulling things out of a basket that were unrelated to this case, and the court sustained the defense's objection to that. And then there was a detective who then proceeded to take money out of an ATM machine and use his own receipt. So if that's the evidence you're seeking to bring, then we'll have a hearing outside the presence of the jury on that.
There were other matters as well that the court ruled that the jury was to disregard. If you want to address now, or if we can just do as I'm requesting, and we can approach prior to.
What other issues?
Well, for one, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doug.
There were some business records affidavits that were filed, and they were filed with the detective's handwritten notes. In other words, the business records affidavit states that these are the originals.
No, I remember that. That will not be allowed.
The way that you can get around the custodian of records is by filing the business records affidavit. However, the state chose to file the business records affidavit, but it was not the records that were originally filed. And they had to redact, and then the court, over the defense's objection, allowed them to, I guess, amend their business records affidavit in an untimely manner to include documents which were not originally filed, which were the ones without the detective's handwriting.
All right, so this is...
So that's one thing. And then the second thing is the court allowed I'm sorry, I'm in the throat. The court allowed the clerk from the store to retrieve on her own somehow some ATM records from somewhere and then testify to the results of those ATM records without laying the predicate for those ATM records.
Okay,
so those two specific things I'm asking, those are the two specific things I'm asking we can approach beforehand.
All right, so with regards to a clerk receiving ATM records, the court does not recall that. With regards to the other issue with the detective writing a note, the court recalls that the detective did not write a note on a business records affidavit. What he wrote a note on was an email that he received. No. So, this is the thing. Everybody here knows what a business records affidavit is. Everybody knows what the custodian of records is. No one is allowed to write on top of a business record affidavit. I think we all know that. So if that has been done, it's not going to be admitted.
Yes, ma'am. And may I respond, Judge?
Yes.
And at the first trial, the state was ordered, there was one specific page that had the detective's handwritten commentary. And the court ordered and we redacted the surplusage of the detective's handwritten note on the one record. And the redacted did go before the jury. I believe that is the appropriate remedy even at this trial.
All right, so the court has made its rulings. Are both parties ready to proceed? My instructions, my understanding is the jurors are here.
Yes, Your Honor, and they have one matter also that the state would like to bring before the court.
Yes.
The defense has filed that's like I'm describing it, omnibus discovery motion on or about 1 July. Buried within that on page 17 was notice of an expert witnesses and state's experts. I filed my witness list with him, but the experts were not designated in the statutory 20 days. And I expect the defense would try to suppress those expert witnesses. I would like to bring to the court that there have been 6 months of Kelly Daubert hearings with testifying witnesses, Pomacall, sailors, and the defense.
All right, so here's the thing. Are you going to object to their expert witnesses?
Yes.
All right, so then
timely on July the 1st, and the statute requires a specific notice, which I did not receive.
Well, so let me ask you this. Are you bringing your experts in now?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then let's take that up when you want to call the experts.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, they're going to bring the jurors in.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Yes, she's supposed to be here at 10, so we'll take it up during the break.
Okay.
He said, do I have to bring this? Yes.
I got it.
If you want the court reporter to be able to take the record, yes. Just one moment. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, please have a seat. We stand for you.
Have a seat.
All right, everyone please be seated. I hope parking was not an issue for you today. All right, you all took an oath downstairs, but I'm going to give you an oath that's related to this specific trial, so if each of you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that in the case of the state of Texas versus R.C. Curtis, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Yes. All right, you can lower your hand. State. I'm sorry, before you begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I know sometimes people want to take notes, but I discourage note-taking, and this is the reason why I discourage note-taking. Because the court reporter is the keeper of the record. And if there's ever any issue about what someone heard, the person who will have the answer to that is the court reporter, and you're not allowed to rely on your notes as far as what was said. And when you begin deliberations, you're not allowed to refer to your notes or take your notes with you anyway. So it's best for you to just actively listen to the witnesses that are being called. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
Yes. All right, State, you may proceed.
True bill of indictment. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and sworn as such at the September term AD 2019 of the 290th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and anterior to the presentment of this indictment. Count 1, paragraph A. On or about the 21st day of October 2015, R.C. Curtis, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Paula Boyd, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a ligature that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by striking the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of aggravated sexual assault of Paula Boyd. Paragraph B. On or about the 21st day of October 2015, R.C. Curtis, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Paula Boyd, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a ligature that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by striking the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Paula Boyd. Count 2. Paragraph A. On or about the 21st day of October 2015, R.C. Curtis, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause the penetration of the mouth of Paula Boyd, a person who is 65 years or older, hereinafter referred to as complainant, by the defendant's sexual organ, said act having been committed without the effective consent of the complainant, and in that defendant compelled the complainant to submit and participate by the use of physical force and violence. And while in the course of or in furtherance of or in immediate flight from the commission or the attempted commission of this offense, the defendant did then and there commit or attempt to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a ligature that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by striking the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, thereby causing the death of an individual, namely Paula Boyd. Paragraph B. On or about the 21st day of October 2015, R.C. Curtis, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did then and there commit or attempt to commit the felony offense of robbery. And while in the course of or in furtherance of or in immediate flight from this commission or the attempted commission of this offense, the defendant did then and there commit or attempt to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a ligature that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by striking the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, thereby causing the death of an individual, namely Paula Boyd. Paragraph C. On or about the 21st day of October 2015, R.C. Curtis, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did then and there commit or attempt to commit the felony offense of injury to an elderly individual against Paula Boyd, a person who is 65 years or older, and while in the course of or in furtherance of or in immediate flight from the commission or the attempted commission of this offense, the defendant did then and there commit or attempt to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life. To wit, strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a ligature, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury. And by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury. And by strangling the complainant with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury. And by striking the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, thereby causing the death of an individual, namely Paula Boyd. Paragraph D. On or about the 21st day of October 2015, R.C. Curtis, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did then and there commit or attempt to commit the felony offense of aggravated assault against Paula Boyd, a member of the defendant's family, and while in the course of or in furtherance of or in immediate flight from the commission or the attempted commission of this offense, the defendant did then and there commit or attempt to commit an act clearly dangerous to human life. To wit, by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely a ligature, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by strangling the complainant with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and by striking the complainant with a deadly weapon, namely the hand of the defendant, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, and with an object unknown to the grand jurors, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury, thereby causing the death of an individual, namely Paula Boyd, against the peace and dignity of the state.
To that, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
You may be seated. State, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
May it please the court and to opposing counsel. Good morning to you all. Today we take the next step in the journey you all started yesterday with 61 of your other best friends. Today, you start to hear about a person that you've heard mentioned, Paula Boyd, also known as Paulita Boyd. She was 75 years old on October the 21st, 2015. She was from a small town, Cotulla, Texas. I've heard and learned that she was gracious. She was the first Mexican-American lady in her high school to ever be voted the band queen of that small town. You will hear and you will learn that over the course of her life that Paula Boyd developed habits that all of us know and can identify with. She was industrious, energetic, hardworking. She had 3 children in her life, 3 girls. Madi, her oldest daughter. Then she married and she had her youngest daughter, Brenda Boyd. She married again, got widowed by a husband, married a 3rd time, and had her youngest daughter, Margarita Mendez. She worked every job she could. She worked as a laborer. She was a bilingual social worker in our towns. Eventually, her and her little family, as a single parent with 3 girls, 2 teenagers and a toddler, they arrived here in San Antonio in the 80s. She worked for Penn Foods at the time in their deli department. She learned to distinguish and appreciate the distinction in fine meats and cheeses. And when Penn Foods closed down, she transitioned to our staple, HEB, in the deli department. She worked in the deli department, particularly at the HEB at De Zavala and I-10 for over a decade with her children. Now, Paula Boyd was still working at that deli at HEB on the day of her death, October 21st, 2015. You're going to hear from one of her co-workers about how she became a joy and a treasure to some of the customers in that deli department. When they had the samples out, she would be the one carrying them out. She particularly, and she loved her customers. As I've learned with the people I've spoken to, I know why HEB refers to all of them as team members of that mission. She was received that way. You'll learn from one of her co-workers that she particularly loved supporting our first responders and firemen. Station 51, that De Zavala store was her HEB. You'll learn that she was God-fearing, gracious, open-hearted, loved everybody, and particularly her family and her daughters and their children, her grandchildren, and her great-grandchildren. She loved them maybe a little bit too much. Now, she was a real person, don't get me wrong. She'd also, if you crossed her, she could let you know she crossed her. In her later years, she was encumbered. Some of us, when you get to a certain age, you don't move as fast as you can. You'll learn that she had osteoarthritis. She moved with a cane. You learn she lived very, very close to the HEB at De Zavala, right across I-10 at Stone Oak Apartments. You'll learn from people that quite often her team members helped her, gave her a ride home from work, or helped her pick her up from work. You'll hear that in the circle of her life at 75 years, her HEB family, her blood family, her home, that was kind of the sphere of her life. The end of a hard day, when she finished her shift, she enjoyed her novellas and a cold one. She'd share it sometime with those who gave her a ride. You'll hear from her co-workers that Miss Paula was scheduled to come into work the afternoon of Wednesday, October 21st, 2015. The one thing about Miss Paula, she was never late. She didn't drive, couldn't walk the distance. She'd take a taxi or something, or maybe somebody pick her up, but she was never late. And so her team members got concerned. And some traveled across I-10 and went to Stone Oak, and they couldn't get an answer. Eventually, you'll hear a co-worker, Gracie DeWalt. Gracie went to the door, and Gracie at the time was worried and concerned. So she had her ex-husband make a call to 911 because Miss Paula was an older woman, walks with a cane, never late, hadn't shown up. And then Gracie went to Stone Oak. She met an Officer Tapia of SAPD. And Officer Tapia will come and he'll say he got there and he found the door ajar. And he called in for backup. He just wasn't sure of the situation. Ultimately, they went inside that small apartment, number 205 at Stone Oak, and they found Miss Paula. She'd been called home to glory. You'll learn that the scramble then, that the paramedics came, the medical examiner's office came and eventually took Miss Paula to the morgue. You'll hear from her daughter, second oldest daughter, Brenda Boyd, that it was one of those things that she'd kind of prepared for when you have older parents. Brenda, living here in San Antonio, was the daughter that was probably closest to her mother. She'd helped her mother through managing her affairs. Not unusual. She was also helped to manage Paula's accounts. Brenda was, because she was here, was also the child that once she thought her mom had passed, she knew it was her responsibility to try to close down her mother's affairs. And because this was the 21st of the month and mom had passed, like most working families, you knew that apartment's still going to want that rent at the end of the month, so we need to manage this. And so she went back to that apartment on Thursday, the 22nd. Brenda Boyd, her daughter, met someone else at her mom's apartment at Stone Oak on the 22nd. Met a police detective, Detective Hines. And she learned that her mom had not just passed on, but her mom had been hurt. There'd been an autopsy between the medical examiners escorting Miss Brenda away and the time Brenda shown up. And because she'd been hurt, Detective Hines was there to start investigating a crime. That investigation took him to a service station, a Chevron station, well over on Huebner Avenue, outside Miss Paula's circle of her store, her apartment and home. Evidence was obtained from that Chevron station at 8558 Huebner Avenue. Evidence that Hines grabbed. Evidence that he showed Brenda and her husband Pete that led them to this man right here. Brenda and Pete will tell you this man was on the evidence at 8558 Huebner. They also found other evidence. Parts of Paula's estate used as stores all around the city. All around the time that the injuries were inflicted on her. You're going to hear from the people who were involved in those other stores. You're going to hear from the medical examiner who collected evidence during the autopsy. You're going to hear from the officers who found it, investigated it, and considered everything at the end of the presentation of evidence, myself, Mr. Spear, Ms. Bogus, we're going to come back to this spot here. And we're going to ask you to find this man guilty of the charges in the indictment once you've heard all the evidence. Let's get started on it.
All right, defense.
In the spirit of the state saying whatever we have, we will bring to you, I'm going to tell you what I anticipate their evidence will show. What you should hear. What you should hear, R.C. Curtis, now a very thin man, at the time weighed 340 pounds. What you should hear is the police know that the murder was videoed, and on that video there were two tall, skinny guys that did it. Tall, skinny guys, 340 pounds. What you should hear is that he's known Paula since he was 9 years old. What you should hear is he had permission to use her credit card. He'd used it many times. He had her PIN numbers. What you should hear is that a guy named Barnett was around town using these cards. He never knew Paula. He never talked to R.C. Curtis about this, but he told the police, and he told a guy named Frank, be careful with this card, there's a body on it. There's a body on it. Now, he never talked to him, so how would Barnett know unless somebody else told him? What you should hear is from a guy named David Rocha, another guy who used the cards. Now, what you should hear is Rocha, who used the cards of this dead lady, is going to testify. Now, what you should also hear is for that deal, he got 2 years probation to come talk to you and tell the truth. Tell the truth. Now, Barnett is going to tell you he knew there was a body on the card, and Barnett's going to tell you the only person he talked to about the cards was Rocha. So you're smart people. So what you should hear and what you should figure out from hearing it is that Rocha knew there was a body on the card. 2 years probation. You should hear that. Now, what you should hear, if you're going to believe this indictment, is evidence that there was the crime of aggravated sexual assault. Evidence of it. Not inferences and not like gross that shouldn't have happened, but direct evidence of it. What you should hear is evidence of robbery, because that's what's in the indictment. In this long, convoluted thing they read to you for 7.5 minutes of what they think they can do, what you should hear is direct evidence of robbery. Robbery is a derivative of theft, which means you took something without consent. There has to be direct evidence of that. You have to, it's not that you should hear it, you have to hear it. You have to hear it. You won't, but you have to. I expect the evidence will not show that. What you should hear from the detective is that he took phones. What you should hear is he looked at two people's phones specifically whose phones were near her apartment at the time of the murder. What you should hear is a guy named Frank. His phone was right there. Right there at the time of the murder, his phone was there. What you should hear is his phone was nowhere near there. What you should hear is that Paula Boyd was seen watering plants at 8 o'clock in the morning the day she was found by the maintenance man. You should hear he has a key to her apartment. You should hear that when HEB sent somebody over to check that apartment, the first person that went there tried to get in and couldn't. The door was locked. You should hear that when Gracie, the second person, went to that apartment, it was unlocked. Now remember, the maintenance guy has a key. You should hear from the maintenance guy. Suppose he's the last one that saw her alive. You should hear about Scotty Perez is the one who said, I saw the video with the tall skinny guys killing her on a flip phone. You should hear that Frank Hernandez owns a flip phone. The same phone, remember, the same phone that his records show was near her apartment at the time. This is all the evidence you should hear when they bring you everything they have. That's what I expect the evidence to be, because they said they're going to bring you everything they have. That's what the evidence should show you. The problem is that leads to a tremendous problem for them. Because when they stand here on whatever day it is and tell you what you have to do, you're going to have to tell them, well, you should have brought me the evidence that makes me make the decision you want. Then we could have done what you should have wanted us to do. That's what the evidence should show you. That's the evidence they have. And when that evidence comes forward, that evidence points to everybody except him. Except this 340-pound guy. The evidence does not point at him. It's not going to point at him, and you will not convict him. Thank you.
All right, State, call your first witness.
State calls Raul Tapia.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Raul Tapia.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Tapia, how are you employed?
With the city of San Antonio.
And what do you do for the city of San Antonio?
Currently, I'm a detective investigator,
With what agency?
San Antonio Police Department.
And in what division are you in?
I'm currently with the applicant processing unit.
With what?
Applicant processing unit.
How long have you been with SAPD?
Now, 13 years.
Prior to the applicant processing unit, were you in any other areas in the police department?
Yes, I was on the traffic unit for 5 years, and then prior to that, I was on patrol.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to October of 2015. What division were you in at that point?
That was on patrol.
Okay. And were you working on the afternoon of October 21st, 2015?
Yes.
At this specific date and time, were you equipped with a body cam?
No,
And why not?
they hadn't issued them yet.
All right, so October 21st, 2015, were you dispatched to a call that afternoon?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call?
A welfare check.
Did you have any kind of background information regarding what that welfare check was about?
Yes, I had the location of the apartment and the complainant and a reporting person.
Okay. What was that location of the welfare call?
The 12200 IH-10 West, the Stone Park Apartments, or Stone Oak Apartments.
Okay. And is that location in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm gonna have to ask you to keep your voice up because members of the jury need to hear you. And you can speak into the microphone so that they can hear you.
What time did you arrive at that call?
I believe it was 2:50.
When you arrived at the location, what did you observe?
I observed the person who called to make the report. I believe it was Gracie DeWalt.
And did you speak with her
Yes.
regarding, did you speak with her regarding information that you had received for the welfare check?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody else?
I believe also the maintenance. Don't recall the name at this time.
Okay,
It was on the police report.
okay. And you did write a report?
Yes.
Okay. Would it aid your testimony to be able to refer to this report?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
It's just, I'm just gonna make it. All right. Officer Tapia, I am handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
It's the police report.
Okay. Was it regarding this incident?
Yes, the welfare check.
Okay. You can use this to refer to as you testify, but please don't read directly from it. Okay. You said you spoke to a maintenance person?
Correct.
And do you remember the name of that person?
It was Robert Schultz.
At that point, did you enter the apartment?
No, when I approached the apartment, I knocked, nobody answered. Then I checked the door, it was unlocked. So then I opened it and closed it to wait for a cover officer, and that's when I saw the maintenance. And I asked him, hey, did you unlock the door? He said no.
Okay. So you decided, what were you waiting for to enter the apartment?
For my backup officer to show up so we can enter the apartment and.
Okay. And who was your cover officer?
I believe it was Stephen Bertina. He was a detective at the time.
Okay. Okay, so once Detective Bertina arrived, what did you do?
We entered the apartment. We announced ourselves. Nobody responded. And then we proceeded to check until we found the complainant.
Okay, so you entered the apartment with Detective Bertina. Was there anything outside of the apartment that stood out to you?
No,
Was there any damage to the outside of the door?
no.
When you entered the apartment, what area does that front door enter into?
I believe it was the living room.
Okay. And was there any damage to the interior of the front door?
No,
So you entered into the living room. Was there anyone in the living room?
no,
Was there any signs of a struggle that you observed?
no.
Anything stand out to you about the living room?
No.
Did you call out for anyone?
Yes.
Was there any response?
No.
So from the living room, are you able to see the rest of the apartment?
I believe so. It's like it was a large open, like a one-bedroom apartment. So it was just the living room, you could see the kitchen. And then when I turned, that's when I checked the bedroom, and that's where the complainant was.
Okay, so you saw, where was the complainant?
In the bedroom?
In the bedroom. Where was the complainant when you saw her?
She was laying on the ground, face up.
Can you please describe what she looked like when you found her?
I remember she had blood on her face, and she was completely naked.
Did you observe any signs of injury to her?
Besides the blood on the face, no.
At that point, what did you do next?
I stepped back to contact my supervisor and follow up homicide detective and the medical examiner. And we also requested EMS to make the location.
Okay. So going back to when you found her, you said you called the homicide detective. Why did you call the homicide detective?
Because once we saw her, it was obvious that she was deceased.
And how could you tell?
I mean, just from prior training and experience, and she wasn't obviously moving or responding, so then we requested EMS to confirm.
Okay. How long did you stay at the apartment?
I want to say probably approximately about 2 hours.
Okay. Were you there? Did EMS arrive?
Yes.
And were you there when EMS arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Did a medical examiner arrive?
Yes.
Were you there when the medical examiner arrived?
Yes.
What did the EMS do when they got there?
They checked on the complainant and then pronounced her. And I obviously put that on my report, the time of death.
Okay. And then the medical examiner arrived. What did they do?
They photographs, they checked, they moved her and took photographs before they transported.
Okay. Did anyone else take photographs?
Yes, it was Detective Retina.
Okay. And did you watch him take photographs? Were you there when he took photographs?
Yes.
Sandy, do you need a cough drop or anything?
No, I have some. Okay, I got some extra. Do you know how to spell Detective Retrial's?
Last name?
Yeah.
Bratina.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
All right, Officer Tapia, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 through 18. Can you look at these and tell me what they are?
These are photographs that Detective Bratina took of the complainant, the location.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the location looked like that day?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 1 through 18 into evidence.
No objections.
All right, State's Exhibit 1 through 18 is admitted without objection?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish the photos?
Yes.
Officer, I'm just going to take you through them one by one, okay? This photo, can you tell me what this photo is?
That's the photograph of the location, the case number of the report, the date and time.
Okay, and can you tell me what the date is?
The date, October 21st, 2015.
Okay. State's Exhibit 2. What is this?
That's the apartment complex, the name of the location.
State's Exhibit 3.
That is the front of the apartment, in front of that red Ford Mustang.
Okay. Can you describe which door it is?
It's
The
the,
apartment?
yeah, it's the one straight ahead, closest to that handicap placard.
Okay.
To the left of that, yes.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna show you this photo.
Yeah, that's the front door to the apartment.
And can you see any damage to the front door?
No.
And State's Exhibit 5, what is this one?
I believe that's the inside of the back side of the front door.
Okay. Any damage? Do you see any damage?
No.
State's Exhibit 6.
That's just the living room.
State's Exhibit 7.
That is the complainant.
And is this how you found her?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 8.
That's the complainant's glasses and obviously all the blood around the blood from her face.
Okay. And the glasses, what is significant about the glasses?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What do you observe about the glasses?
That they're broken and bloody.
State's Exhibit 9. Is that the position she was in when you saw her?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 10.
Yeah, that's the same.
Same thing.
Just different angle.
State's Exhibit 11.
Complainant's feet in the cane that the reporting person, Gracie DeWalt, and the maintenance said that she used because she needed to walk around with it.
State's Exhibit 12.
Yeah, the complainant and obviously the bloody face.
Do you know who's touching her in this photo?
The medical examiner.
State's Exhibit 13.
Yeah, just another angle of the complainant's face and injuries.
State's Exhibit 14.
The same.
State's Exhibit 15.
A closer picture of the face with the injuries.
State's Exhibit 16.
That's the thermostat of the apartment.
And then State's Exhibit 17. What room is this?
Bathroom.
And State's Exhibit 18.
Just the laundry. The complainant's laundry.
Is this the same laundry that we see in State's Exhibit 17?
Yes.
Okay. So after the medical examiner arrived, after they took their pictures, what happened next?
They transport the complainant to the medical examiner's office for further investigation.
Okay. And what happens to the apartment?
The homicide detective was there, made the location, and I think they just secured the apartment and notified next of kin.
And which detective was that who arrived?
A Detective Hines.
Do you know what unit he's with?
He was with the homicide unit at the time.
Can you pass the witness, Your Honor?
All right, defense.
Okay, so, it's officer, correct? I don't want to be disrespectful. Is it detective, is it officer?
Now it's detective, yes.
Okay, detective. So you're the first SAPD authority at the location, is that correct?
Yes.
And you got there at that time, you found the apartment to be unlocked,
Correct.
and you were able to access the apartment. And as I understand it, your testimony is, and you have, I know you had your report in front of you. Do you have any independent recollection of this event?
Yes.
Okay. And is it your testimony and your recollection that on that day you did not enter the apartment alone? If you didn't go in at first to check, you waited for a cover officer.
Correct.
And how long did you wait for the cover officer?
Matter of minutes.
Okay. And that officer was Bertina, is that correct? Sergeant Bertina?
He was a detective at the time.
Detective Bertina, he's a sergeant now?
He's a sergeant now.
Okay. Now, at that point, you and Bertina don't know what you're walking into, so there's no reason to take any steps to protect evidence, right?
Correct.
You don't glove up, you don't put booties on your shoes. You go in because it's a welfare check.
Correct.
And once you entered the bedroom, obviously based on the photographs, you can tell that it's no longer a welfare check. It's the scene of some unfortunate event.
Correct.
At that point, then do you back out and then treat it as a crime scene?
Correct.
So do you then put on gloves and booties before you and Bertina re-enter the location?
No.
Okay. But you do go back in, don't you?
Yes.
And Bertina goes back in, doesn't he?
Yes.
And neither of you are wearing gloves or booties to do anything to protect any evidence, correct?
Detective Bertina would have. He was the one taking the photographs.
He's which wearing gloves or booties, or both?
Gloves.
Only gloves. Now, you testified that these pictures, 1 through 18, accurately reflect the scene as you found it. Is that correct?
Correct.
But things have been moved in the pictures. So are you able to tell the jury, I mean, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Or may I use the device to make it easier? Let's start with 9. I'm going to show you what's marked as state 9. Do you see that?
Yes.
Right, now you agree with me that at that point, whose feet are those? If Bertina's taken the picture, it's safe to say they're probably not Bertina's feet, right?
Correct.
So are they yours?
No.
Okay.
It could have been the medical examiner.
Could have been. Well, who else was there? At this point, who else in there contaminating the crime scene?
The medical examiner and Detective Bertina.
Okay. Now, is this how the crime scene looked when you found it?
No.
No. What's different?
I believe she had been moved.
Well, had she been moved or had she not been moved?
I believe she did.
Because, I mean,
the medical examiner would have done that.
Okay, but here's my concern. This jury, these 14 people, have been asked to rely on your testimony.
Correct.
Your testimony was to them under oath that these 18 pictures accurately reflect the way you found the location. So when you got there, is this how she was?
Laying on her back, yes.
Yes, but what has been, if anything has been moved, what has been moved? What's different in this from when you found her? Since you do have independent recollection, tell me what's different from when you found her.
I believe she was closer to the bed.
You believe she was closer to the bed. Okay. What about the bedding? Like the sheets and things. In this picture, they're on the bed.
Correct.
Now, based on your independent recollection, tell the jury how it was when you walked into that room. What was the state of the bedding?
That's how they were.
That's how they were?
Yes.
Okay. Then can you explain to me how, for example, 10, all this stuff has been moved? I mean, if this jury is asked to help make a determination on what happened in the apartment, like, and part of the things you're gonna look at is blood and potentially blood transfer, splatter, those types of things. Why would somebody move a pillow that wasn't under her head, collecting blood, to underneath her head? Who did, since you were there the whole time, who tampered with the crime scene to move this blanket here and to move this pillow here and this pillow here. Who did that? Who tampered with your crime scene?
The medical examiner,
The medical examiner moved pillows underneath her.
I believe so.
You believe, well, you were there and you had independent recollection. Tell this jury who tampered with the crime scene, who moved the stuff.
The medical examiner.
The medical examiner. So, but your testimony under oath is when you got there, 9 is how she was, on the floor without the bedding around her, correct?
Is
The
that
first picture I'll show you again. I'm not trying to trick you, and I don't want you to trick them. You have independent recollection, and your independent recollection was, and is, that when you got there, and this also shows, you talked about the glasses, you can see the glasses here, there's no pillow, there's no blanket, right?
correct?
You're telling us this is how you found her, without the pillow and blanket, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The people in the picture, you remember the second picture you showed that had the red Mustang, and there were 3 people to the left and 1 person to the right? Who were those people?
I do not recall.
Well, would you agree with me that as a, at this point, when you're taking pictures, obviously you know that there's something going on. You have names in your report, right?
Correct.
Were you asked to interview the people that were present at the scene?
I spoke to them, yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I gotta go back to the pictures. I'm sorry, Steve. Let's just go back to what's been marked previously, states 3. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so of the 4 people, you agree with me that in states 3 there's 4 people?
Yes.
Of these 4 people, can you tell the jury which people did you speak to? Since you do have independent recollection, tell me who you spoke to.
Yeah, I don't recall off the pictures who the people that I spoke to, I don't recall how they look.
Okay, well, you can use your report to tell us who you spoke to and what you learned after speaking to them.
So Gracie DeWalt was the person who called.
So, would you agree with me that in the photo, what's now marked as states 3 that you're looking at, there appear to be, I gotta get my glasses, I apologize. Sorry. That's okay. It looks to me, and I'm not trying, and whoever's in the photos, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It appears to me that there's a lady in a red shirt, would you agree, a person who appears to be a female, in a red shirt, and then someone in a navy blue shirt. Would you agree with me there?
Yes.
And potentially those 2 people are females. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Which of those 2, if you remember, are Gracie?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you remember speaking to a Gracie?
Correct.
And was she there when, is that the person that got there, was there when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the other female, since you said you spoke to multiple people?
I believe that was the manager.
And what's her name?
Bailey Leclerc.
Okay. Now what about, there's 2 gentlemen. You recognize the person in the pink shirt?
I do not recall.
What about the gentleman in the green shirt?
Do not recall.
Okay. Now, your report, and you have it there in front of you, is that correct?
Correct.
The purpose of the report is to document the events of your work on that day, correct?
Correct.
So it says you spoke to RP1 and you said that's Gracie. And maybe that's one of the people in the picture, correct?
Correct.
01, you said earlier that was Robert Schultz. He was the maintenance person?
Correct.
And the other 2 people you think are the apartment manager, and then you're not sure about the guy in the pink shirt on the far right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How many of, we know now that the medical examiners people came in and apparently lifted up the body, put sheets under the body, put the body back down, right? Because the sheets weren't there when you got there, and then they were there before Bertina took the pictures. So did Bertina not take pictures until after the medical examiner did their job?
No, he did. He took pictures before. He just didn't move the body.
Okay. Well, the pictures that we have, you said Bertina took those pictures.
Correct.
Okay. How? Your testimony to the jury was picture 9, where there's no sheets, is how you found her. Bertina took that picture. Picture 10, which Bertina also took, the body had been moved and the sheets had been moved. So either Bertina took pictures before and after, but now you're saying Bertina didn't take pictures after, so.
No, he took pictures throughout the whole time.
Before and after?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay present throughout that whole process?
No.
Did you, as the first officer there, it's my understanding you're in charge of keeping the log of who comes in and out of the crime scene. Is that your responsibility?
No.
Well, who, in this case, who has the responsibility, since you're the first person there, who took the responsibility of logging everyone in and out of that location?
I don't recall.
Would you agree with me that that's common practice with San Antonio Police Department in a crime scene? You log everyone in and out of a location for situations just like this, so we can know who tampered with this crime scene. As you told us, somebody moved the body around. You can tell us who it was through the crime scene log. That's common practice, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you're saying you did not keep the log of who was in and out of that crime scene?
Besides the people listed on the report, right? The detective, the medical examiner, the crime scene investigator, those are the people that entered.
So everybody on the report entered the apartment?
No. The detective, medical examiner, crime scene investigator, Detective Bertina, and I.
Are you the only one that didn't wear gloves, or did other people not wear gloves?
I believe I was the only one. I can't recall.
You don't know? Okay. Were you there when evidence was collected that day?
Yes.
Or do you know if evidence was collected that day?
Yes.
Did you collect evidence?
No.
Did you stay, I think you said, I think they secured the location. Does that mean you left before everyone left the location, or you just don't know what, you just were not present when they left?
Correct. I was in the patrol car making the phone calls to the supervisor, just making notifications, and then obviously I was there when they secured.
You were there, but you
Yes.
weren't present at the door?
Correct.
So you don't know, you said you think they secured, so you're not sure?
No, we made sure it would be secured. Obviously, we don't want to leave it unlocked. We had the manager there, maintenance.
Well,
Yes.
based on your independent recollection, who secured it and how?
Oh, I don't recall.
That's why you said I think.
Correct.
Now, in your report, one is the maintenance guy?
01, Robert Schultz, yes, the maintenance.
Okay. And his information, did you get his, was he still present with Hines? So if Hines wanted to talk to him later, he could, or did you get information from him so someone could take an official statement? You didn't take an official statement from him, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, department had not provided you with body-worn cameras.
Correct.
So there wasn't anything memorialized in your conversation.
Correct.
So did you take the steps to get information from him, so if someone wanted to contact him, they could do so?
Yes.
Okay. And is that included in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And furthermore, when Hines showed up, did you kind of point him out to Hines and say, hey, that's the maintenance guy, you might want to talk to him or something like that?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
State.
Detective Tapia, in scenes of this nature, are photos taken before anything is touched?
Yes.
And was that done so here?
Yes.
And then when the medical examiner came, did they move anything?
Yes.
And were photos taken after they moved things in the
Yes.
apartment? Okay, so you also stated that you're not sure who took the log. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is there another way that that information is kept track of? Is there another report that's generated?
I don't believe so.
Is there anything that shows who was dispatched to the
Yes.
scene? Okay, what is that?
That's the incident detail report?
Okay, and was there one that was generated in this?
Yes.
Okay. Can you pass the witness, Your Honor?
Just one brief question. And just so they'll know, an incident detailed report is a list of all the officers who were dispatched to a situation. Is that correct?
Correct.
But is that necessary? Are there situations where you've been dispatched to a case where you didn't enter the actual scene?
Yes.
So the IDR, the incident detailed report in this case, it's not a substitute for the log of who went into the crime scene, is it?
No.
Just because I was dispatched to your scene doesn't mean I walked into your crime scene, does it?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
All right. Excuse me? Just make sure you're available. Either the state or the defense may recall you. And if you'll leave the microphone behind, please. And if you'll leave any exhibits you have there with the court reporter. And you may be excused.
Thank you.
Could I have state and defense come up, please? All right, state, can I call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State will call Will Pritchett.
Yes, I did.
Could you make sure that you put the silver microphone on you, somewhere in your shirt, please?
Yes, ma'am.
It's for the court reporter to hear. You could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that members of the jury can hear.
Okay.
You'll state your name for the record.
Will Pritchett,
All right, and you could spell your last name, please.
Pritchett.
All right, state you may proceed.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Pritchett, what is your current occupation?
I renovate houses, for the most part, real estate, I guess you would say.
Now, prior to going into that occupation, did you serve in a certain capacity with the fire department?
Yes, I retired about 3 years ago as a battalion chief, San Antonio Fire Department.
How long were you with the San Antonio Fire Department?
About 21 years.
And you said that you were a battalion chief. Could you explain to the jury what is that? What type of duties are entailed in part of a battalion chief?
Yeah, at that time, I would respond to larger incidents. I was responsible for about 1/8 of the city, so about 7 fire stations, fire companies, EMS companies, supervisory role, and then commanding large incidents like fires, floods, etc.
Now, did you have a certain, firehouse, for lack of a better way of saying it, that you were located at?
When I retired out of a station over near SeaWorld, and that was sort of my area of town that I covered.
Now, back in 2015, what was the address of your firehouse?
So in 2015, I was near Days of All on I-10 off of Beckwith. I think it's 5020 Beckwith, Fire Station 51 at a different rank.
Okay. And that's kind of near like I-10 Days of All area?
Very close.
Okay. Now, did that, back in 2015, that firehouse, the one on Beckwith, did your unit have any type of certain specialties within the fire department?
Yes, we were one of 2 technical rescue teams that responded to anything out of the ordinary, to include regular firefighting duties and EMS duties. We also responded to high-angle rescues, swift water rescue, cave rescue, entrapments, complex vehicle extrications. So it was specialized.
Okay, so yourself and that group had that specialized training for such matters like that?
Right.
Now, at the time, back in October of 2015, were you also a battalion chief?
No, I was a captain at the time, so I was in charge of that station. I was the ranking officer at that station, so my area of responsibility kind of began and ended at that station. I didn't have as many stations as I later did.
Okay, so when you became a battalion chief, your supervisory roles expanded?
Correct.
Now, at that time, back in October of 2015, in your capacity as captain, how many firefighters did you supervise?
10 on a daily basis over 3 different apparatus. There were 10 of us on shift any given day.
Now, did you also have any training specifically in terms of like an EMT?
Yes, so all firefighters are EMT basics at a minimum in San Antonio. After a couple years in the department, I promoted and became a paramedic and maintained that certification throughout. So from the second rank on, I maintained my paramedic certification, which just is a higher level of training for advanced life support.
I see. Now, Mr. Pritchett, did you know a Paulita Boyd?
I did. I knew her as Paulita.
And how did you know Paulita Boyd?
She worked at the HEB that we would shop at. Firefighters, we cook at the station a lot of times, and so we would go there and get our groceries or just general supplies from the HEB. And you always kind of, wherever I've worked in the city, you kind of get to know some of the people, but rarely on a first name basis. Paulita just took an interest in us and became our friends, and so we would always give her a hug and talk to her when we'd visit.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Pritchett, I'm showing you what I've just marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, that's four of the guys from the other shift at our station with Paulita.
Was that photo taken at the HEB that you and others from that firehouse would frequent?
I would have to assume so. I wasn't there the day the picture was taken, but that looks like where we would always see her by the deli.
But is that Paulita Boyd?
That is absolutely Paulita Boyd.
Your Honor, we'd like to move into evidence exhibit 19, subject to objection by no objection.
State's Exhibit number 19 is admitted without objection.
Permission of public?
Granted.
And Mr. Pritchett, you said that you knew her by what name?
Paulita.
Paulita. And would you encounter Paulita on the weekly?
For sure, yeah. At least once or twice a week, I would guess. Anytime we were there were weeks where we didn't go get groceries, but when we were there, pretty often we'd see her and, she'd make an effort to say hello.
Okay, so you would converse with her when you'd see her?
Yes.
Developed at least some type of friendly relationship?
Yeah, there's so many of us, I don't know if she knew me by name, but I knew her by name.
Was there anything special that either you or the other firefighters would do because of that relationship?
A couple of them they knew where her apartment was, so they would honk the air horn when they passed by, like say hello to her. And, they like this, they were all real, kind of took her on like a grandmother, they'd be sweet to her when they'd see her. And
so did you know the general area that she lived?
I did, because one of the drivers, not one of these four, but one of the drivers on the other shift particularly would like to honk, and so when we'd work the shift together, I would forget, and then I'd remember he'd tap the air horn every time he passed her house.
Now I want to take you now specifically to the date of October the 21st of 2015. Were you working that day in the afternoon?
Yes.
And were you working that same capacity, kind of as captain supervisory role over everyone in that battalion?
In that station, yes. And I was on one of the three apparatus.
Now, when you receive, you had mentioned previously to the jury that you would receive calls for a whole host of number of things, including fires, medical emergencies, and whatnot. Did you happen to receive a call to come out for, I think sometimes it's what is referred to as a welfare check, for an address of 12200 I-10?
Yes.
Do you know, is that an apartment complex?
Yes.
Now, as part of the San Antonio Fire Department, do you generate reports detailing any involvement that you have in terms of a welfare check or whatever the reason that you're dispatched?
We do. We have two main reporting systems. One is called the National Fire Incident Reporting System, known as INFR, and that we try to abstain from using any HIPAA protected information. So it's more general, like we've responded here and this is kind of what we did, but we wouldn't put a patient's name or date of birth or identifiers. The other is a patient care report, and that's more protected, so you can put personal HIPAA information, names, date of birth, that kind of stuff. So those are the two reports we generally generated.
And in this case, was a report generated?
Yes.
You're on my approach?
Yes.
Mr. Pritchett, I'm going to show you what I've just marked as State's Exhibit B. If you could just thumb through that.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Pritchett, do you recognize the documents contained in State's Exhibit B?
I do. A lot of this we didn't see on the daily basis. When you run a report like this, it will print out additional times and information, but as I get further in it, I can see the narrative that I wrote, part of which is auto-generated from the facts that I entered in fields throughout the document, and then it puts it in sort of a paragraph form, and then part of it I hand typed here at the bottom half, and then the patient care report.
So essentially that bottom half is kind of more your pretext in terms of whatever you observed or whatever actions you and the other firefighters took.
Correct.
If you need to refer to that to refresh your memory, certainly feel free to do so.
Okay.
So from States B, does it note what time you were dispatched to that 12200 I-10 West?
It looks like the alarm time was 15:15 hours. It'd be 3:15 p.m. And we arrived on scene at 3:20.
And is it common sometimes, you mentioned 15:15, to kind of notate in military time?
Pretty common in the fire service.
And 15:15 would correspond to 3:15 in the afternoon?
Correct.
And does it also, it has the date, Wednesday, October 21st of 15?
It does.
So the address from your firehouse at Beckwith over to this address at 12200 I-10 West, is that a very far distance?
No, it's pretty quick, pretty close. It can be trafficy at times, but I mean, as the crow flies, it's probably a mile or two.
So thus your response time fairly quick, about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Now, explain to the jury, when you respond, like how many are comprised in your team? What type of transportation do you take?
So in my case, the apparatus is called an aerial platform. You may know it as a ladder truck. The only difference being that at the end of that ladder is a bucket, so to speak, that can lift people up to buildings on fire and water rescues, etc. So it's a large apparatus. There's 4 of us on board, and we respond for all the emergencies I mentioned before. Have one driver who usually has a unique rank, engineer, one officer, either lieutenant or captain. I was the captain on duty, and then 2 firefighters on the back, which is the private rank.
So after making this response in a matter of minutes, this address 12200 I-10 West, that's within San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas?
Yes.
Now, is this a house or is this an apartment complex?
Apartment complex.
Now, were there any difficulties getting the apparatus into that apartment complex?
Right, there always are with that big truck. We always have to find a place, kind of out of the way, and sometimes hoof it in, walk in with our gear. And no different here in this case. I think we got inside the security gate, but couldn't turn in the direct parking area, and then just walked from there. But that was fairly common with this apparatus.
I see. Yeah, it's difficult, large.
Huge.
So when you arrive at scene, were other government agencies already present?
Yes, police department was there.
Did you also encounter other individuals in the area?
There were other civilians standing around.
Now, were you directed on where to go in regards to this welfare check?
Yes. And it was, the gathering was all around this one door, so it was pretty obvious where. And then the apartment, we had the apartment number, so we knew where to go.
So you already had that direction.
Right.
Do you recall what the apartment number was?
I don't, it should be in the report.
Okay, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Pritchett, actually what I may do right here, I'm going to show you it's already been admitted as evidence as State's Exhibit number 3. Is this the area in which, I guess, the exterior of the apartment in which you went to?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to direct you to States 4. Again, is this the exterior, the apartment that you entered?
That is it.
Okay. And what is the apartment number?
205.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, once you're directed to go to an area to check the welfare of a patient, what do you do? Is it just you? Is it your entire team? How does that work?
So the reason that so in this case, to answer the question, we get there as a first responder to shorten the distance before someone could get care from an ambulance that might be further away. Not every fire station has an ambulance, and they're usually busier. So they'll send a fire engine, and then we go determine what care might be needed that we could give until the ambulance arrives. In this case, we take like a trauma bag and 12-lead EKG so that we can help anybody with, anything there. We carry quite a bit of medication and things that might be needed. So we go to the person and see what we can do to help.
And in this case, I assume you took all of that equipment with you.
We did.
So when you entered apartment 205, did you find the person, the subject of the welfare check?
We did.
I'm not going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. 7, I apologize, number 7. Is this the individual that you found?
Yes, sir.
Now, what were your initial observations just upon entering 205 and seeing this individual?
Appeared to be a deceased person. Sometimes it didn't appear there was anything that we could do to help her. We confirmed the fact that she was deceased and beyond the state in which we could offer life-saving support.
I see, and I assume, but correct me if I'm wrong, in your position with the fire department and then also a paramedic, you've encountered deceased individuals on many occasions.
Too many.
And so when you saw her and made those observations, can you explain to the jury what steps that you then go through to determine if this person is even capable of any life-saving measures?
So the main signs of what we call obvious death are the presence of rigor, lividity, and or brain matter showing in the presence or absence of pulses. Therefore, if you have brain matter showing and no pulses, you have an obvious death. If you have lividity or if you have rigor and no pulses. This individual had rigor and lividity and no pulses. I don't know if you want me to explain what that is. But
well, and first of all, there was no brain matter, correct?
No brain matter.
Now, so you said that she had no pulse. Explain to the jury what that is and how do you check for it?
We check at the carotid artery typically, at the neck, as you've seen, feel for a pulse, and while checking the other signs of death.
And in this case, no pulse?
No pulse.
Now, is that something that you did or your team did?
I did.
You did specifically. Now, you said there was also 2 other things that you were looking for. What were those?
Rigor and lividity are what we confirmed death with in this case.
And what is rigor?
Rigor means rigor mortis, or the stiffening of the joints of the body after death. A certain period after death, the joints, beginning usually in the jaw and the fingers, start to become rigid and immovable. Later in the process, that releases. So one of the things we would often check is the fingers for rigor mortis or the jaw.
And did you check that in this case?
I did. I don't recall if it was the jaw or the fingers, probably both. And then the lividity is the pooling of the blood around the lower portions of the body, and that's dependent on the orientation of the body. If the person's on their back, it'll be whatever's closest to the floor as gravity begins to pool the body's fluids.
And so how do you check for lividity? Am I saying that right?
Right. You just need to expose a portion of the body and see if you've got any darkening of the skin below towards the ground.
How do you expose that portion?
In this case, she was completely exposed and it was visible.
Okay, so you didn't have to move her much to be able to tell us?
No, that's the other thing. We try not to disturb the scene if it's something we can't help. If there's something we can do, we kind of do whatever we can, obviously. But in this case, it was very clearly too late, and so we didn't disturb anything.
So when you determine that there's no pulse, there's rigor, and there's lividity, then what is your next step as a paramedic?
Well, we pronounce them dead or deceased, and usually offer police a time of death. That's just the time that we're saying we're confirming it. Obviously, she had been deceased prior to our arrival. Some rigor and lividity takes a while to set in the order of hours probably. So we knew it didn't just happen, but we needed to have a time and just a person. Usually I would give my name and badge number to say, if you need anything, I'm the one that determined it for their reports.
So you had kind of a confirmation at that time when you checked her, she was indeed deceased.
Yes, sir.
And counsel, I'm sorry, just a moment, both parties can approach.
So, Mr. Pritchett, you said that you made the pronouncement that Paulita was deceased. Did you note that time?
Did I note the time?
The time of the pronouncement?
Yes, and I think in the report it's obviously in the 15 or 18 minutes we were on scene, and then, let's see. I don't have the time noted here, but it was between arriving at 15:20 hours and clearing the scene at 15:38 hours.
Okay, so in that short time frame?
Yes, sir.
And you said that information then would be relayed to any police agency then?
Yeah, normally I would tell the police officer on scene, and then we would just kind of get out of their way, and they would maintain custody of the scene. So just not to complicate their footprints and stuff, we would just get out of there, and no real need for us there anymore.
So I believe you had noted too at 15:38, so 3:38 is when you cleared. So that means that you and your team are leaving the apartment and then leaving the apartment complex.
Correct.
So at least in terms of that day, you had no further involvement with this.
Correct.
Did you later on do anything to honor Paulita?
Yeah, we took the fire engines and ladder trucks and stuff to her funeral, which is not something we would ever do. We saw dead people on a daily basis, but Paulita was definitely different. First time I'd ever still pronounced anyone that I knew in any capacity in a city this big. It's pretty rare that you respond on someone that you know. So yeah, we went and tried to make a special occasion to kind of honor our friendship and how she'd kind of taken us on as her own over the years.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass it.
Did you get there before or after the medical examiner investigator?
Before.
Before. So the picture that we see in front of us, that picture, I'm told, was taken after they moved the body and put the bedding underneath the body. So that's not the way you found her. Is that correct?
That's how I remember her, with the carpet underneath and the blood on the carpet. That's about how I remember her.
But the white bedding that's there by her head, the jury has been told that the medical examiner picked up the body and put that bedding underneath her. So is it your recollection that that was not there when you got there, that was put there after you left?
I don't recall. I don't recall the bedding either way, sir.
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
We have no further questions.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, please, Judge.
All right, if you'll leave the microphone behind, please,
Yes, ma'am.
and if you'll leave whatever exhibits with the court reporter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, state would call Ms. Gracie DeWalt.
All right, you'll take a seat here, please. And there's a gray square microphone up there, so the court reporter can hear. If you could put that somewhere on your shirt, please. All right, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can lower your head. Just make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. And if you'll state your name for the record.
My name is Gracie DeWalt.
State you may proceed.
Ms. DeWalt, good morning to you.
Good morning, sir.
And ma'am, can I ask, what do you do for a living?
I was employed by the HEB. I was a floor manager and MIC manager.
How long did you work with HEB?
I was at the company for 30 years.
And you said was employed by HEB, so are you still employed today?
I recently retired from the company.
Congratulations.
No, the one sitting on the desk.
Is that better? Surprised. So 30 years, and what specific store within HEB did you work at?
I was at the one on De Zavala. We go by corporate numbers, SA17.
And SA17, HEB SA17, is that, you said on De Zavala, is that specifically vicinity of De Zavala and I-10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how long did you work at that particular store?
I was there for 7 years.
Okay. HEB refers to its employees as team members.
Partners.
Partners, I apologize. Partners. Did you know a specific partner named Paula Boyd?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you know her?
When I first started with when I first arrived at the store, I introduced myself to the partners in each department, and that's how I came to Paula. She introduced herself as Paulita, so we called her Paulita.
Okay. And please describe your relationship with Paula or Paulita.
We started becoming a little closer due to her circumstances day by day. So I would have conversations with her about her family or things or things out of HEB and all that. And like I said, I would give her rights to go home, because she didn't have no transportation. Sometimes when she was short of money, I would give her some money and give her some advice. And she was like everybody's mom, so everybody did everything like they would help her out in any case.
What department did she work at?
She was a demo partner. It's like the cooking connection. She would demo different items that HEB would bring in.
And is there a specific section of the store that the demos and food connections operate out of?
Yes, sir. They usually would be set at the entrance so customers can, she would promote like the new item and push the item for the customer to test it, see if they were interested in buying it.
So that sounds like you have to be pretty mobile to do that demonstration. Do you have any difficulties with that?
She does. She did. She used to cane, but we were set up like the deli department would set up her cart and everything else, and she would sometimes sit there. We would give her a stool just to sit there because she had a bad hip.
And did she get along with most of the other team members?
Yes.
How do y'all feel about Paula?
It was devastating when we found out that she had passed, but everybody was like, it's like a grandmother and all that, and it is, I mean, they admire her and everything else.
You had mentioned before you give her rides home from work. Where did she live?
She would live, there were some apartments across from the highway from the store.
And when you say across from the highway, what highway is that you're talking about?
I believe it was I-10.
Did you and her ever socialize with her? Sit down and visit, just talk?
We would do that, like, if she needed a ride, I would ask if she needs a ride, because I would see her waiting there in front of the store. And she said, yes, I was waiting for a taxi, but I said, cancel your taxi and I'll take you home. So when I would take her home, we would have conversations in her apartment. She invited me to her apartment, and we have conversation about just things in normal, like, what does she do? Does she visit her mom and all that? And she would tell me her history, her life stories, and some things that were disturbing her.
Okay. She have any children?
Yes, she had 3 daughters.
Okay. And do you know, were all of them here, or where did they live?
She had 2 daughters that lived here, and one lived out of town.
Did you happen to know her daughter's names?
Not the one that lived out of town. The other one is Brenda, and oh my God, I forgot. I don't recall the other person's name.
All right. She have grandchildren?
Yes.
You recall how many?
The ones that I were was only like, there was two granddaughters and little small kids, but other than that, I got to meet one of them. It was Jessica.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned earlier sometimes you may have had to loan her money. Why was that?
Well, there's sometimes
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
there were some times that she.
Excuse me,
Oh,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. It's, so if there's a question that is asked and somebody makes an objection, I'll make a ruling on it. And once I make a ruling, if you don't know whether or not you should answer it or not, just ask me and I'll let you know.
Yes, ma'am.
So they're gonna ask you another question.
Okay.
So you had mentioned that before, that sometimes if you had to give her a ride home, you come in, you sit down, and you talk.
Yes, sir. We were just talking about like everyday things in her life,
Okay?
what she liked to do.
What did she like to do?
Usually after work, like if she didn't have any money, so I would give her or lend her some money, and I go, what for? It's just to get a little 6-pack to see her soap operas.
You ever sit and watch any of them with her?
I did a couple of times, but they were in Spanish.
Did she talk to you about her family and children?
Yes, she mostly talked about her, I think it's her middle daughter and her granddaughter and she was married to, it was related to a grandson because of the granddaughter.
Do you remember the name of that person?
I believe she mentioned RC, or
How'd she feel about RC?
May we approach?
Yes. All right, State, you may proceed.
Did she ever show you any pictures of her family?
yes, she was. She usually had them located on the wall by the entrance.
Approach the witness, Sharon.
Yes.
Mr. DeWalt, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 20 and 21 for identification. State's 20 for identification. What is this?
This is the HEB, where it was a Day Savala on I-10, and her apartment is right here across the highway.
Okay. And so there's the HEB there. And her apartment.
Apartment's right here.
Okay.
Can you keep the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. And so it's a map.
Yes, sir.
And does the map fairly and accurately reflect the layout, the relationship of the De Zavala store at I-10 and De Zavala?
Yes, sir.
And does it also show the apartment complex that you would give Miss Paula rides to when you took her home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 21 for identification. Is this one of the pictures that was on the wall in Miss Paula's house when you would sit and visit with her?
Yes, sir.
And did she identify the people in State's Exhibit 21 for identification to you?
Yes.
Okay. Does this fairly and accurately reflect one of the photos that you would talk about with Miss Paula on those visits?
Yes, sir.
Tender States 20 and 21 for identification to defense for inspection. Move to enter 20 and 21 into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 20 and 21 are admitted without objection.
And they'll publish them.
Yes.
So, ma'am, I'm showing you what has been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 20. Let's see, Google map picture, and I'm gonna try to zoom in. Back up. The other. All right, so off of States 20, what highway is this?
I-10.
And what is the street that crosses east-west over I-10?
De Zavala.
And what did you say the store number was at the I-10, for the HEB at I-10 in De Zavala?
It was SA-17.
SA-17, is that where you worked with Miss Paula?
Yes.
Okay. And her apartments in relation to the map, where did she live?
She lived on Stone Oak Place.
Is that right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this would be where you take her those occasions you get rides for?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what has been admitted in evidence as States 21. Now, the name that she mentioned, RC, did she ever show you this photo and talk about the people in it?
Yes.
And who is RC from the picture that is in States 21?
The gentleman in the yellow and white.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you, from your conversations with her and your visits, do you recognize anyone else in States 21?
Miss Paulita's daughter, and that's her granddaughter.
And what color is the daughter wearing?
The daughter wearing a red sweater.
Okay. And one of these is, you said that's the daughter, and one of these other is the granddaughter?
The one in the red sweater is her granddaughter, the one in the middle is her daughter.
Okay. Okay. And without saying what anyone said in your discussions, how did she feel about RC, the granddaughter, etc.?
She would get, she was a little intimidated.
Can we approach?
No, the objection is sustained.
Okay.
Oh, you can't answer. They'll
That's
ask
fine.
you another question. Here.
What other, when you talk with Miss Paula, she'd tell you about any concerns or problems you have in her life?
Hearsay.
The question to whether or not she would talk to you about concerns, the answer to that question is either yes or no. And the objection to the yes or no answer is overruled, but you're not allowed to say what anyone said. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right.
She'd tell you about her concerns.
Yes.
Was there, what else did she share with you about her life? Where, do you know where she did her banking?
Objection, that's going to be hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
No, not what she told you. The answer to that question is yes or no if you do. So you can answer that question.
Do you know?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you always able to give Miss Paula rides at the end of her shift?
Not always, but I would find somebody that would get off at the same time as she was.
Was there ever an occasion you saw her waiting to catch a cab?
Yes.
What was her demeanor when she was waiting to catch this cab?
Well, she was just waiting there. She would just wait patiently, and with like anything else is like. And I told her, I was like, "Why are you waiting for your cab when I asked you to save your money?"
And you and her talked and you engaged?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ultimately catch a cab or did you take her someplace?
When I asked her not to take a cab, I would take her to whatever she needed to do.
Okay. And on this specific occasion, did you take her to a specific place?
Yes.
Where was that place?
I dropped her. I took her to Wood Lake Bank. It's located inside the Walmart on De Zavala.
Going back to State's Exhibit number 20. Is that the Walmart you were talking about? In De Zavala?
Yes, sir.
Did you give Miss Paula any specific advice about her business at the Wood Lake, you called it, bank at the Walmart on De Zavala?
Objection, it's leading and hearsay.
With regards to leading, that will be sustained.
Okay. Did she tell you why she needed to go to the bank at the Walmart on De Zavala?
Yes, she did.
Did you give her any advice about going to the bank at the Walmart on De Zavala?
Yes, I did.
What is the advice you gave her?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Right, the objection to hearsay will be overruled. with regards to relevancy, if you all could approach. All right, State, you may proceed.
Let me move forward in time. On Wednesday, September the 21st of 2015, did you expect to see Miss Paula at work that day?
Yes.
Did she show up to work that day, Wednesday the 21st of October 2015?
No.
How did you feel and react to that?
I was worried.
To your knowledge, did anyone try to go to her apartment to check on her?
Yes, we did.
And did they find her? Did you communicate with any of the people that went first?
The first two partners, they went and they were not able to get they knocked on the door, but no answer.
Did you talk to those two partners?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after you spoke to those partners Wednesday, October the 21st of 2015?
So nobody was getting an answer, so I said I was gonna go. So at first I called SAPD for a welfare check on her.
Okay. Did you call anybody else, or did you call SAPD directly yourself?
No, I asked my ex-husband, since he was he was a policeman.
Okay. What was his name?
Raymond Velasquez.
Okay. And did you tell him what your concerns were?
Yes.
What did you do after talking to Mr. Velasquez?
And then I got in my car and then I went to see what was going on with her.
Okay. And when you got there, did you get there with anyone else?
Yes, as soon as, when I arrived, the SAPD have arrived at the same time.
May I approach that?
Yes.
Mr. Watt, I'm showing you what's already been admitted evidence as State's Exhibit number 3. Are you on this picture?
Yes, sir.
And describe the color that you're wearing.
I'm the one that wearing green.
Okay, right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was this the day that you called your husband to call SAPD?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stay there through, what did you learn once you eventually got there?
She had passed away.
And did you relay that back to the other team members?
Yes, I did.
Now, in relation to this day, Wednesday, October the 21st, 2015, how much earlier was it when you took Miss Paula to the Walmart at Days of Valor and the you called it Wood Creek Bank inside the Walmart? How
we approach?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon, so I'm going to give you a break at this point, and I will have you all back here at 1:20. So these are my instructions. Please follow my instructions. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. If somebody asks you whether you're on a jury, you can tell them you're on a jury, but you're not allowed to talk about this case. You are not allowed to do any investigation. You're not allowed to do any research. Everything you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Do not even think about this case outside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? Yes. And can you all follow those instructions?
Yes.
All right, and then Deputy Laura will instruct you as before. We will have you wait for us in the jury room, and then we'll have you brought back in. All right? Everyone please rise for the jurors. restate your name for the record, please? I'm sorry.
My name is Gracie DeWalt.
All right, you may proceed. State.
Mr. Wall, before we took the lunch break, I'd ask you, did you give Miss Paula a ride?
Yes.
Where was it?
I gave her a ride from her HEB to her apartment.
No, ma'am, I'm talking one specific place at the Walmart.
Oh, I took her to the bank.
And what did you tell her when you took her to the bank?
I'm gonna object to the relevance.
All right, that objection will be overruled.
You can answer. What did you tell her?
I advised her like she was.
It's hearsay.
All right, you're not allowed to state anything that anyone else told you. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. You may ask your question.
Okay. What did you tell Miss Boyd the day you took her to the bank at the Walmart?
To make sure she gets a new bank card and change and the PIN number, and do not to give it to anybody.
Did you give her a ride after she did her business? Did you take her back home?
No, sir.
And about how long was it? How long ago was that in relation to the day of her death?
About 6 months.
And did you ever give a statement to the police or law enforcement agency about either your relationship with Miss Boyd or finding what you did to get things started on October the 21st?
No, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. I will pass the witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Judge. So you never, the police never took a statement from you?
No.
They never asked you to come in and tell them all the stuff that you know that apparently is so important?
No.
The picture we saw, the fat guy in there, that's R.C. Curtis, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and have you been inside of her apartment?
Yes.
And there were lots of pictures of R.C. in that apartment, weren't there?
There were, yes.
Okay. Now, whatever day you took her to the bank, 6 months or something, you said you didn't go to the bank with her, right?
No, I took her to the bank.
So you don't know what happened inside the bank?
No.
And did you know that even after that, RC had permission to use her card and used her card regularly after that?
No.
Okay. Now, that day that you went over there, October the 21st, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You weren't the first HEB person that went to that apartment, right?
Right.
And what was the name of the lady that went before you?
It was the deli manager. Her name was Cynthia Hornowski.
Cynthia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I have the notes, I have some. I know you didn't meet with the detectives, but you've met with the district attorney, either these people or other people, multiple times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in the notes, in the interviews with them, you talk about somebody named Cindy. Is that the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you also talk about somebody named Gloria.
Yes, sir.
Who was Gloria?
She was one of my partners.
Okay. And so my understanding is Gloria also went over there, but she couldn't get in. You remember telling the DA that?
Yes.
Okay. So did Gloria go with Cindy, or did Cindy go and then Gloria go, and then you go?
No, Cindy went first,
Okay.
Gloria did, and then myself.
So Cindy went, and did you know, and I know Gloria tried to get in and couldn't get in. Did Cindy also try to get in, or did she just knock?
She said she just knocked.
Okay. And then Cindy went in and she actually couldn't get in.
Right, correct.
And then how long between when Gloria tried to get in but could not, how much time passed from then to when you went and the door was unlocked?
About 20 minutes or 20 to 30 minutes.
Okay. And when you got there, one of the people you saw, according to my understanding, was the maintenance guy.
It was maintenance.
Okay. And he, your understanding is he was the last person to have seen Paulita alive.
Yes.
Because he said, your understanding was she had been watering her plants at 8 o'clock that morning.
Yes.
Okay. And what time, do you remember what time it was you actually made it over there to where you found the door unlocked?
I believe it was about 3 o'clock.
Okay. So we know that she was watering her plants around 8 a.m. And obviously by the time, when you got there at 3 a.m., something had happened.
Yes.
Okay. In the picture that you looked at, I think it was States 3, you're the individual in the green shirt. Who are the people that you're talking to in that picture?
One of them was Gloria,
Okay.
and the other one was another partner named Cynthia.
Name?
Cynthia?
Cynthia. So the same people you told us about earlier.
No, Cynthia was the deli manager. She was just a regular co-worker.
Okay, is that a different?
A different
Okay,
Cindy.
my confusion. I'm sorry. Okay. So when had Gloria left and come back, or did Gloria stay there until you got there?
No, Gloria went and came back.
Okay, and then she went back with you.
No,
But she's in the picture talking to you when you're there.
she arrived after.
Okay. And there's a gentleman standing over to the right. Did you know who that person was in the picture?
Yes,
Who was that person?
my ex-husband,
Okay. And what's his name? I know you
Raymond.
told me earlier, but I forgot. Velasquez, I think you said?
Yeah, Raymond Velasquez.
Now, the first officer that came, am I remembering that you and he got there at roughly the same time?
Yes, sir.
And when that officer got there, was it just one officer or more than one officer?
At first, it was one.
Okay. And did he go in, when he got there, did he wait for someone else?
He went in.
By himself?
Well, I went in first, and then he did.
Okay, so let's walk through the chain of, and I know, and I realize it was a very traumatic day for you, and I'm not trying, I know it was tough. And I appreciate, so I just want to kind of go through the chain of events. You get there about the same time as, do you remember the officer's name by any chance?
No, sir.
Were you here when an officer came in and testified right before, a couple of people before you? Did you happen to see that officer today?
I remember the last one, the previous,
Okay,
before
okay. So you're there, you get there with him, who finds out that the door is unlocked?
we both did.
Okay, and how is it that you go in first rather than him? Who makes that decision?
No one, I did.
You just decide you're going in. So you go in, and do you make it far enough in so you can see that something's happened?
Not far enough, but I could see.
Okay, how far in do you get?
Like the living room,
You walk into the living, are you able to see into the bedroom?
yes, sir.
And are you unfortunately able to see that Paul is on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that point, do you walk back out and get the officer?
The officer grabbed my arm and took me outside.
Okay. And once that's happened, do you stay outside and does that same officer go back in by himself?
Yes, sir.
And how long do you think that officer's in there by himself?
Not that long.
Well, like,
About 10 minutes.
okay. And is there a point when another officer finally shows up?
Yes.
And do you remember if the second officer shows up, is he the guy that ends up taking pictures?
No.
No?
He called other.
He called, okay. So you go in, you see Paula, the officer grabs her arm, takes you out,
Yes, sir.
and then that officer goes in and he's in there by himself for like 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
And then finally another officer comes in. Does that officer go in with the first officer? Does the first guy come out, or does the other guy go in and join him?
He goes in there and joins them.
Okay. And I'm imagining, because this is a very traumatic day for you, your memory of this day is pretty darn good, isn't it?
I tried.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't experienced anything like this in your past. Unfortunately for you, you've never experienced anything like this before.
No, sir.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, state.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, just leave the microphone behind, please. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. William Mclan.
I'm sorry, who?
Dr. William Mclan.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll pick up the silver microphone that's there and place it somewhere on your jacket or tie.
Sure.
It's for the court reporter to hear. Make sure you keep your voice up, and if you'll state your name and spell your last name for the jury, please.
Sure. I'm William Mclan, and that's McClain.
Daryl, is your mic on the bench? That one. Thank you.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Yes, sir. And so what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic pathologist and a medical examiner.
Okay, and how long have you been both a forensic pathologist and a medical examiner?
For about 13 years.
And if you could please, could you elaborate your education and training that led to your becoming a pathologist and a medical examiner?
Sure. I graduated from the University of Texas in Arlington with a Bachelor of Science in Biology. Then I obtained my medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston. Then I completed a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. And then a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, which is obviously here in San Antonio as well. I am board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And your practice, since you got all those degrees and the board certifications, is there even specialized training once you get your medical licenses for the board certifications?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what exactly does a medical examiner do?
Oh, I do autopsies on people when they die suddenly and unexpectedly within the geographic jurisdiction where I'm working. Bexar County is an example of a medical examiner's district. So when people die an unattended death, meaning that there's not a physician who knows what happened, what kind of natural disease might have killed the person, or If the death is obviously a non-natural death, then the task of determining the cause of death and signing the death certificate with the proper cause and manner of death falls to the medical examiner.
And where have you practiced as a medical examiner before?
I worked for 3 years in Dallas at the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office. Then just about 5 years, a little more than 5 years here in Bexar County at the Medical Examiner's Office. And now I have worked in Nashville and Beaumont, Texas for almost 5 years.
And just so I guess I'm trying to be accurate, and you are an assistant medical examiner?
A senior assistant medical examiner, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Where were you working in the summer and fall of 2015?
At the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office.
And when a body is retrieved, law enforcement comes across someone, a crime occurs, what's the process of getting that body from the field back to the medical examiner's office where you do your analysis?
The first step is that death is reported to the medical examiner's office. So an unattended death, someone stumbles upon a deceased body in a home, outside, wherever. Police are notified, and then they respond to the scene. Maybe EMS personnel respond, they declare the person deceased. Then usually a law enforcement agent will contact our office and say, we have someone we believe falls under your jurisdiction. Here's the quick synopsis of what led to this person being discovered deceased. Then our in-house investigator, the medical legal death investigator, who works for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, decides whether that is or is not our case and whether we will or will not accept jurisdiction of that decedent and the investigation into the cause of that person's death. If it's determined that it is indeed our case, then a medical legal death investigator from our office will go to the scene, camera in hand, and notepad and pen, and we'll take notes and conduct interviews of the law enforcement agents, witness, whomever may be there. They will document photographically the scene and the condition of the body. And then we contract with body transport people, companies that specialize in transporting bodies. They put the body in a body transport pouch or a body bag, and it's transferred to the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office and placed in what we call the incoming cooler. It's a big room-sized refrigerated room where the bodies are kept on tables from the time they come in until the next business morning when we begin our examinations at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then with that is when we start our exam, but in the interim, once the case has been accepted and the investigator is back in the office, he or she will then type up what we call an investigator's report, and that's available to me in the morning when I start my examination. I've already read through the investigative report that my in-house investigator provided.
Okay. So that entire process, notification, deployment of a representative from your office, the collection of the body, storage, examination, then report. Is that process followed all the time?
It is, yes. We have a well-established standard and routine.
Okay. How do you document the findings and observations that you make during the examination?
During the examination, I have a clipboard with different diagrams of body parts, body regions, or the whole body, what have you, whatever I need. So I make notes during the autopsy and immediately after the completion of the autopsy with the dry erase board where I've kept notes throughout. Transfer that to my paperwork, back to my office. I dictate it into a Microsoft Word document. Then I read through that, I edit that, and I have it ready once all of my studies, all of my tests, everything, all of the information I need, any medical records, police reports. Once I have everything I need, which can take several weeks sometimes, then I go and finalize the report, making whatever additions I need to along the way. And once it's finalized, print it up, and I sign it, and then it's made available to whoever needs that.
Okay, and do you capture everything you described? You capture it in a report or something?
I do, yes, sir.
Would looking at and did you follow that, did you perform an autopsy on Thursday, October the 22nd of 2015?
I think I did.
Would looking at a copy of your report from that procedure help to refresh your recollection and support your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
Madam Pro Chair.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 53C or 53 Charlie. Should take a look at State's 53 Charlie.
Okay.
And what is that a copy of your report?
It's a copy of the autopsy report that I generated, as well as the investigative report that was provided by our in-house investigators.
Okay. And along with the examination you perform, and the written report, do you also document that procedure any other way?
I do.
How?
When necessary, and specifically for this autopsy, I took photographs.
You took them yourself?
I did, yes, sir.
Who was your investigator that went out and retrieved this body in the process you described?
I believe it was Jerry Leyva. Jerry Leyva made the scene along with one of the new investigators, Bashan, who was tagging along with Jerry Leyva.
All right, so you had two representatives of the medical examiner's office there.
Yes, sir.
And is it are you aware, is it also common practice that the investigators take pictures out in the field as well?
Yes, sir.
Are those pictures that your investigators take in the field, are they also considered as a part of your autopsy?
They are.
So we will move between some photographs and taken and your report, etc. Looking at the first page of your report, how do you document this particular, well, first off, who was this autopsy performed on?
Paula Boyd.
And at the time of your examination, what date and time did you conduct it?
October 22nd, 2015, and I began at 9 o'clock in the morning.
And do you, for the case itself, of performing an individual autopsy, is that, does that have a designated case number?
It does.
And what case is that?
This autopsy was case number 2015-2243.
And what is the demographic information for Ms. Paula Boyd?
She was a 75-year-old white woman.
What did you determine just on the size, weight? And what were the general observations made?
Sure, she was 151 pounds, and she measured 63 inches as she lay there on the table. The body came to our office nude. She had no jewelry or anything else there on her body at the time of the exam. She did have rigor mortis, but it was easily broken, easy to break the rigor, and she had fixed posterior lividity, meaning that it was on the back. A black and gray scalp hair that was about 5 inches long at the most. The eyes were brown. Everything seemed normally formed, ears, nose, lips. Teeth were in good condition, that sort of thing.
Okay. Now, you used some terms. You said rigor mortis is present in the extremities but easily broken. What does that mean?
Rigor mortis, or rigidity, is the stiffening of the muscles. Maybe you've heard of through movies and such, but when a person passes away, the chemicals that are in the muscles that help them contract and move, they will still be present for some time before they naturally decay and go away. So immediately upon death, the muscles start to stiffen up. They can no longer exchange the proper molecules to release and to contract. And so they will stay in the position they're in at the time of death if the body is not moved. And so with time, this rigidity becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, and it's more and more difficult to move the body. But then after a certain amount of time, after a peak in that process, natural decay continues, then it becomes easier to move the muscles. So it's sort of a peak, an upward a peak and then downward.
Now, those observations about the ease at which you can move the muscles of the body you're examining, why is that important in your field, in your line of work?
We mention in all of our reports just to provide any kind of insight estimates as far as time of death. That's where it's most helpful. It's also helpful to note position of rigor mortis because that helps us to know if a body maybe had died in one certain position, but then when discovered or when seen, if that rigor mortis doesn't match up with the position the body's in, then we would know that that body had been moved.
How is the body transported from the field into the medical examiner's office, and I believe you said it was a cooler where they're stored?
There at the scene, our investigator brings with him, or her, in this case him, Mr. Leyva brought a body transport bag with him, as well as a clean white flat sheet, like a bed sheet. So at the scene, once the documenting and everything is done and it's time to remove the body, then the body is wrapped in the new clean white sheet and placed inside the body transport bag. It's zipped, it's sealed with sort of a zip tie, kind of a contraption that has a serial number on it. So the two zippers on the bag are brought together and sealed that way. Then that body inside the body transport bag is put on a gurney and then wheeled out to a waiting vehicle, usually a big van, big kind of box van. Body is placed in there and then transported, driven over to our office, and then unloaded from there and rolled into the building and put into the incoming cooler.
once you begin your medical evaluation, what is the first step that you take?
The first thing we do is we unzip the bag. That seems rather obvious, but we unfurl the top of it and we take what we call as-is photographs. And these are photographs to document the way the body appears as is when first viewed in our morgue. So obviously this is not as first viewed at the scene or anything like that, but this is as presented to me when I first opened the bag. And then from there, we remove medical paraphernalia, EKG leads, tubes, whatever may be on the body. We will collect any kind of trace evidence that there's hairs, fibers, paint chips that may need collecting. As we go along, we're taking photographs to document all of this, and then we remove the jewelry, the clothing, those sorts of things, if any are present. Once we're done and we've collected all of the evidence we need, any kind of DNA swabs or fingernail clippings, then we will wash the body down to remove any kind of dirt, grass, debris, blood, whatever the case may be. Once we're done with that, we will begin our internal examination.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 27, 27 through, hang on, I apologize, I got them out of order. So, State's Exhibit numbers 25, I apologize, Judge, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35 for identification. If you would take a moment and look at those exhibits that we had just named. Are they all part of the examination you performed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the same thing with State's Exhibits 36 through 43 for identification. Same question.
Yes.
Okay. In States 44 through 52 for identification.
Yes.
Then finally, states 26.
Yes.
Intended to the defense for inspection states 25 through 35. States
No objection to 25 through 35,
states
All right, states exhibits 25 and 35 are admitted without objection.
states 36 through 43. For identification.
No objection to 36 to 43.
You say to 43?
36 through 43, yes.
All right, states exhibits 36 through 43 is admitted without objection.
And finally, states 44 through 52 for identification.
And no objections on 44 through 52, Judge.
All right, states exhibits 44 through 52 are admitted without objection.
Doctor, on the bottom of page 1 of your report, you talked about, what did you find about the extremities?
I described them as being symmetric and normally formed, and that the fingernails were intact.
Okay, and initially, they came in the hands were bagged, showing states 25. And why did, and I'm also presenting states 27 and 28. Why are the hands bagged?
The hands are covered in brown paper bags in order to preserve any kind of evidence, trace evidence that may be there on the hands. Often during transport, they brush against things as bodies are turned and moved. So in an effort to keep any kinds of hairs, fibers, or any other trace evidence that's on the hands, in order to keep them on the hands, we'll cover the hands with the paper bag so that if anything does fall off the hands, it is at least captured by the bag.
And then states 29.
This is a photograph of her left hand after the paper bag has been cut open, but it is still in place around her hand. And this photograph is just to show, again, sort of an as-is view of the hand when we first remove the bag.
The same thing with states 35.
Yes, sir, this is of the right hand.
At the bottom, you mentioned the fingernails are intact. States 30.
Yes, sir, this is a photograph of the left hand and specifically the third, fourth, and fifth fingers of the left hand. You can see the fingernails are intact, but this photograph does demonstrate some injuries to the dorsal surface or the back surface of those fingers.
And the injuries to the, is this what you're referring to?
That is one injury, yes, sir.
And from your general knowledge, what could cause that type of injury as you see on the third finger primarily of the left hand?
Well, actually, what we're seeing here, the what's called the middle finger is the third finger. What's called the ring finger is the fourth finger. Specifically on the third and the fourth fingers, we see scrapes of the skin causing abrasions even on the inside of the fifth finger, a small little scrape here. And then there's a little bit of kind of a ecchymosis or hemorrhage in the just beneath the skin on that fourth finger, on the ring finger.
From your experience, doctor, what could cause that type of discoloration?
Hemorrhage beneath the skin.
What causes the hemorrhage beneath the skin?
A blunt impact of some sort, so either striking an object or a hard surface, a firm surface, or a firm surface or a hard object striking the hand. These are the kinds of injuries on fingers like this are often referred to as defensive type wounds, or the kinds of wounds that are sustained when somebody is sort of in a combat with another person.
Looking at states 34, excuse me. And do you see a similar type injury on the right hand?
I don't see any in this photo, no, sir.
Are the nails of the right hand intact?
They are. We can't see all the nails in this photograph, but they were intact during at the time of the autopsy. They had not been broken or splintered off or anything like that.
In states 33.
This is back to the left hand, and it's primarily showing the thumb and that sort of edge of the second finger and that web space between the thumb and the second finger. No injuries here, and that thumbnail is intact.
I apologize. I meant to go 31, the right hand. I'm sorry. Right.
Sure, this is a photograph, similar view, but of the right hand, again showing the thumb and that edge of the index finger and the space in between. And no particular injuries noted on the right hand.
Stage 32.
This is sort of a palmar view. You can see that the fingers are still clenched over. This is on the right hand. Now you will note, if you look at the fingernails, this photograph was taken after we had trimmed the tips of the fingernails. So we use sterile clippers and cut those the fingernails back just as far as we can to get as much of the tips of those fingernails, collect them in a sterile packet and preserve them for potential studies, DNA studies, whatever may be needed on them. So you can see sort of the cut edges of those fingernails now, but that is a post-mortem or an after-death thing that we did. But this photograph shows that there's essentially no injuries to the palm of the right hand.
Thank you for correct me on that, doctor, I did not mean to mislead, but your analysis, your report says when you first opened the bag, all the nails were still intact.
Yes, sir.
What else was, looking at page 2, the head and neck, what else was clearly apparent in your examination, cursory look?
Sure, as soon as beginning the exam, it was obvious that the decedent has sustained multiple traumatic injuries to the face and neck.
Can you describe them in particular with any specificity?
Sure. To the left eye, we sort of start beginning with the eyes. We see that there's hemorrhages on each of the eyes, on the eyelids. We look for petechial hemorrhages, and there were some hemorrhages on the left eye, subconjunctival, meaning that there were sort of so many petechial hemorrhages that they all ran together and appeared as one larger area of hemorrhage. On the bulb of the eye, the bulbar conjunctiva. And then there were abundant fine and coarse, so small and sort of medium-sized pinpoint petechial hemorrhages that were scattered over the, not only the bulbar conjunctiva, but the eyeball, but also on the underside of the eyelids, and we call that palpebral conjunctiva. The right eye had a few fine pink petechia on the eyeball itself and also on the eyelids, not as many as on the left side. The forehead had a faint pink contusion that was sort of here at the hairline where the hair and the forehead meet on the upper left side. The nasal bridge was depressed, pressed inward with a obvious fracture. There was a small laceration right there over that fracture point, presumably from the fractured bones poking through. The inside lower part of the right eye had a pink contusion kind of in that recess of the right eye. There were some more abrasions, which are scrapes of the skin that kind of went off the right side of the nose. The underside of the tip of the nose had a small abrasion as well, a little scraping under there. And then the left side of the upper lip was split open, large laceration or tearing of the inside of the lip and what's called the vermilion border, sort of where the skin and the lip meet. Pretty much all of it was just shredded with a large degree of laceration. What else? The lower lip also had full thickness lacerations across that vermilion border and onto the inner surface. The medial right side of the chin had a red abrasion just below the lower lip. There was a perforating laceration that sort of pierced all the way through, not really the lip, but kind of a little higher. But it pierced all the way through into the oral cavity, kind of through the cheek. There were bruises across the right cheek at the angle of the mandible, the area just in front of the ear on the right side of the face had some abrasions that extended onto that right external ear. Abrasions meaning scrapes of the skin. What else? That was it as far as the external examination of the face.
All right, Dr. Henry. Didn't want to try to interrupt you. I'm sure introducing what is published what's marked as States 42. And what's visible as States 42? Did you report? Is this on her left cheek? What is that?
That's well, you can see the skin there at the angle of the mandible has been scraped, but it's also very distorted and distended, swollen. That's swelling from trauma that's been inflicted to the face, and that's causing that big bulge on the left side of the face.
In your experience, what type of mechanism could cause that type of injury?
Sure, it's clear that there's been blunt impact to the face. So again, either a blunt object, and that's best to explain what a blunt object is by saying that it's not a sharp object like a knife, and it's not a bullet, it's not a gun, but it's a heavy object with a more or less dull surface, baseball bats, fist, boots, a variety of objects, either struck the face or her face struck an object, which could even include the floor as being an object that might be struck by the face.
And then the swelling around the left eye, is that, from your experience, does that look like part of the same globe or separate?
Well, it's most likely separate blows. It's clear with this abrasion down near the angle of the mandible that's one impact site, and there's swelling there. But then the swelling around the eye seems to be a separate and distinct entity in and of itself. Plus, she's got the trauma to the eyeball and the eyelid as well, indicating a blow that went directly to the eye.
Okay. And your report mentions the nasal bridge is depressed and fractured. Is that what I'm circling here on the exhibit? Is that what you were writing about?
Yes, sir, and you can see in this photograph the irregular contour of that nasal bridge, which is the part of the nose kind of between the eyebrows, just below there, between the eyes. And you can see the irregularity, you can see the purple discoloration from the hemorrhage beneath the skin. You can see the laceration that is right over that fracture site.
I'm looking at, we're now publishing States 46. And what is States 46 showing?
States 46 is a photograph taken from the front left side of the decedent's face. You can see the forceps and a gloved finger are holding the left upper eyelid up and reflecting it so as to show what is on the underside of that eyelid. We see areas of hemorrhage, especially medially or towards the nose, towards the midline. On the upper eyelid, you can see the left eyeball itself, the orbital globe, the part that is usually white, the sclera, has been obliterated. There's no more white, but rather confluent hemorrhage there. You can also see on the to the left side of the photograph, you can see that laceration over the nasal fractures, or the fractures of the nose again. And you can also appreciate the swelling on the inferior and lateral aspects of the left eye.
And we spoke earlier about the blunt force trauma to the cheek and jaw. Would that also cause what you see in the left eye?
Well, again, the swelling on the underside of the left eye certainly could be related to the same hemorrhage that is on the left eyeball itself from a direct trauma there. I believe that that's distinct and separate from the large swollen area on the left side of her face along the jawline.
States 45, it's more the same?
Yes, this time in this photograph you see the forceps are reflecting the lower eyelid so as to demonstrate the petechial hemorrhages, the tiny little fine pinpoint pink and red areas of hemorrhage on the underside of the lower eyelid in this photograph.
Not showing states 44 and 47. What does your report say about 44 and 47, the right eye?
And these photographs are of the right eye. You see one is where the forceps are reflecting the lower eyelid, the other reflecting the upper eyelid to demonstrate the petechial hemorrhages on the underside, especially on the lower eyelid on the right side. Of course, you can also, again, see abrasions on the nasal bridge. You can see the nasal fractures and the laceration overlying those fractures.
The petechia, and what is the definition of petechia?
A petechia is a small little area of hemorrhage caused by the rupture of a capillary. The capillaries, if you think of veins and arteries coming from different directions, and they gradually go from large to small, the veins and the arteries, and where they meet, and the vessel transitions from an artery carrying oxygen to a vein where it no longer has oxygen. That area where the oxygen is released to the tissue is in an area called the capillary, and that's where the blood vessel is only one cell layer thick, maybe two cells thick, very thin walled, and that allows this exchange of oxygen out and waste in, so that it can be transported. So when there is trauma, especially pressure put on the blood vessels that do not allow the blood to drain from those capillaries back through the veins, oftentimes because of compression, then we get rupture of those little thin-walled capillaries. They're very delicate, and they will rupture when the pressure gets too high. And you think of a water balloon that ruptures when it's overfilled, or a dam bursting through its barriers and then flooding out into the surrounding areas.
But the right eye looks, is that the same mechanism of injury what you saw in the left eye?
Yes. In a general sense. So the left eye had the fine pink petechia scattered all over, plus larger areas of hemorrhage. Large areas of hemorrhage seem most likely to have come from a direct blow to the eye, whereas the fine petechia on the left eye and on the right eye were most likely associated with a compressive nature somewhere to the neck, upper body, that prevented drainage of blood from the head back to the body, causing these petechia.
States 43 and I want to focus on the mouth and the lips. Looking at states 43, why is her tongue sticking out, protruding between her lips?
In this photograph, that is not her tongue coming between her teeth. That's her lip. What we see going horizontally in this photograph is a full thickness laceration that has torn almost entirely through the lip and has almost separated this superficial most sort of layer of her lip from the rest of her lip. So admittedly, it does look like a tongue in this photograph, but it is simply just sort of that upper rim of her lip.
I apologize, thank you. And states, and you had mentioned earlier from the top of page 2, is this the perforation you had mentioned in your top paragraph?
It is. That's the laceration that goes all the way through, outside to inside, through the upper lip.
Same states 39, and so that is the inside of the lip.
Sort of inside or the crown of the lip, however you might call it. It's the vermilion part of the lip. It's that delicate pink part that becomes flush when we're embarrassed or what have you. Generally speaking, a good way to maybe define it is it's the part of the lip that lipstick is applied to. And so there's a laceration right at that border between the sort of ordinary skin and that part of the lip.
states 52. What is states 52 showing us?
This is a photograph of that lip reflected. And now in this photo, we do see the tip of the tongue. It's right there at the teeth. But this photograph is to show the large gaping laceration through that part of the lip and demonstrating the extent to which it's torn open.
And right here where I have my pen, what are these are teeth?
Those are teeth, yes, sir.
Lower teeth?
Yes, sir. And then the what appears white in this photograph is her gingiva, or the gums where the teeth are.
And this here is, what is this that I've now circled on states 52?
That's the tip of the tongue.
All right, so this is tongue.
Yes, sir.
States 50.
Again, this photograph is still the lower lip, but now demonstrating more the left side, and inside left side of the lower lip, where there's hemorrhage into that tissue coming from the laceration.
Okay. And we discussed our teeth under here. This is what?
That's the tip of the tongue.
And so these are top teeth on top of them?
Yes, sir. Just peeking out from beneath her upper lip.
Does this picture suggest that the tongue is trapped between her upper and lower teeth?
It is.
States 51. What is shown in states 51?
This is the upper lip reflected with the forceps and a gloved hand, showing several lacerations across the inside of the upper lip.
And on the lower lip, you call that the tearing of the fascia?
No, not the fascia. Just that intermucosal surface of the lip.
Again, states 38. What's visible off of states 38?
This is a photograph of the left side of the decedent's face, chin, neck. You'll see at the top of the photograph is her left external ear for orientation purposes. Her mouth is here, sort of in the lower left side of the photo. What we're seeing is several abrasions and contusions that are across the left side of her neck, kind of in a horizontal pattern. We can also make out in the area that's sort of just on the front base of the neck, in that sternal notch, we can see some abrasion there too.
What is this discoloration down here underneath the neck?
Yeah, that's the abrasion I was just referring to, scraping of the skin there.
And the redness on the left cheek and face?
Right, it's bruising and abrasions or scrapes of the skin on that left edge of the mandible that we're seeing, and extending onto the left side of the neck.
Stage 36.
This is the photograph taken from the front as she's lying on her back. Again, it's showing that abrasion or scraping of the skin on the front base of her neck.
And from your experience, what is the mechanism of injury to cause that type of abrasion?
Yeah, the skin has been scraped by a blunt object of some sort. Combined with the bruising on the neck and the petechia on the eyes, these are all injuries consistent with a strangulation, a compression of the neck.
Stage 37. Do you see that same type of injury from the right side of her neck?
Yes, this photograph is kind of the right shoulder, right upper chest area. In the center upper portion of the photograph, we can see the abrasion again on the front side of the neck for orientation purposes. We can see in this right side of the upper chest, over the right clavicle of the skin, another small little scrape of the skin a little further down on the chest. We see a little bit of contusion sort of on the apex of that right shoulder. And even at the upper center of the photo, we can see sort of a curvilinear red bruising that was on the right side of the neck, sort of under the right side of the mandible or jawline.
States 41.
This is a photograph of the right side of her face. We can most obviously make out her right external ear, which is on the left side, left center of the photo. It has been scraped over. You see sort of the apexes are scraped, whereas the deeper portions are not so much. That tells us that she scraped over a surface, or a surface scraped over her. That abrasion continues onto the right side of the face, just in front of the right ear. And we see another abrasion a little further down toward the jawline. The right side of the face is mostly occupied by a purple-red contusion that you can see there amidst those abrasions. And we see some generally horizontal linear abrasions and contusions that sort of stream from over the right side of the face across the mandibular line or the jawline and onto the right side of the upper neck.
And the pictures that we just published, all of that encapsulated on page 2 of your report.
There are some of those injuries are documented on page 3 as well, but most are on page 2.
So just off those injuries that we've seen published and that we described on page 2, overall, what would cause those visual injuries?
Blunt impacts to the face, to the neck, to the upper chest, as well as compression or strangulation with compression of the neck structures.
Going to page 3 of your report, you turn to the trunk of the body. What did you find at the trunk of the body?
Well, externally, I saw that the right shoulder had pink contusion near the base of the neck, and there was another pink contusion over the right clavicle, as we saw in the photographs, and then a small little pinpoint abrasion near the sternum.
And I apologize. If you would, what did you observe looking from the base, the last sentence on page 2 through the top paragraph of page 3? What did you observe?
There were vascular dissections. Actually, I dissected out the blood vessels of the neck and saw that there were lacerations or tears of the internal jugular veins at their inferior regions, close to where they come out of the neck. Both of those had been torn, and there was hemorrhage into the tissue around the 7th cervical vertebra. That is the vertebra that you can sort of feel, the most prominent one there at the bottom of the neck, going down your back. That vertebra had been fractured and was had a stair step configuration, is what we call it, with the vertebra below it, which is the first thoracic vertebra. So it had been fractured, and they had moved apart from each other and sort of had this stair step configuration after having been entirely fractured. Along with that fracture, the spinal cord that passes through that area was also fully transected or torn completely through. And there was hemorrhage in the spinal canal and in the muscles and tissue around the spine.
So what would be the effect of that type of injury, the stair step, completely fractured and the spinal cord transected? Does that mean torn?
Yes, sir.
What would be the effect of that type of injury?
She would have been paralyzed from the lower neck down, from the shoulders down.
Looking through at injuries that you found in the trunk from below C7, what did you find?
Internally, I saw that the left first through 8th ribs and the right first through 7th ribs had hemorrhagic fractures. They were broken. There were broken ribs with hemorrhage around them, around the fracture sites. The soft tissue of the center of the chest had hemorrhage in that tissue around the spinal, around the spine. The left chest cavity held about 380 milliliters of blood, and the right chest cavity had approximately 260 milliliters of blood. And then the front edge of the liver, which sits kind of in the upper left side of the abdominal cavity, it had a small laceration as well.
So it would be fair to say she had 15 rib fractures.
Yes, sir.
From your experience, what would be the mechanism of injury to cause that many rib fractures at a time?
The heavy force was directed onto her chest that compressed the center of her chest inward and caused those ribs then to buckle and fracture.
From your experience, would 340 pounds be sufficient force on the chest and torso of a 75-year-old woman?
Yes.
From looking at the previous pictures, beyond the, may I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
Does your report, beyond the pictures you take and the reports you write, do you also produce a graphic overlay of the body that summarizes the injuries?
I do.
Showing you what is marked as States Exhibits numbers 54 and 55 for identification. What are States 54 and 55 for identification?
These are what we call injury diagrams. They're just sort of a generic outline of, on one page on Exhibit 54 is the outline of a human head, face, and then on 55 is the outline of an entire human body. And we use these just to sketch out the injuries to make it easy to refer to them.
Okay, and so would it be accurate to say that 54, the head injuries, and these, you annotated these marks on 54?
I created that, yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that 54 and 55, the diagram, show what we've gone over in detail with the previous pictures that you documented the actual injuries?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tender State 54 and 55 to defense for inspection, and move to introduce 54 and 55 in the evidence.
No objections.
And what numbers were those?
54 and 55.
All right, State's Exhibits 54 and 55 are admitted without objection.
So, doctor, with what the injuries you observed in the trunk, with the 15 rib fractures, and all the abrasions to the left side of Miss Boyd's face. Now, I previously asked if someone approximately 340 pounds sitting on or straddling their chest or however that could cause the 15 rib fractures. Do the blows to her left side of the face, if they were facing their assailant, that indicates somebody striking with the right hand? Is that possible?
That's possible, yes.
Aside from documenting evidence of injury, both internal and external, what else do you do in the process of completing your autopsy?
Still conduct an entire internal examination, complete the rest of the autopsy, and document whatever sorts of natural diseases are present as well.
Did you find any evidence of natural disease or anything that could have contributed to Ms. Boyd's death? Anything so acute that it would have contributed to her death?
She had hypertensive and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease, which is quite mild. She did not even have an enlarged heart, just a minimal, mild narrowing of the coronary arteries. But none of it was to such a degree that she would be expected to have died of natural diseases anytime.
Aside from the examination, did you also collect any evidence from the body?
I did.
And what type of evidence did you collect?
We collected the fingernail clippings from both hands that we mentioned before. Also a sexual assault kit, which includes combed pubic hair combings, known pubic hair standards that we pluck. Also the same combed scalp hair and pulled known samples of scalp hair, we saved those. And then swabs of the oral, vaginal, and rectal cavities.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Apologize to the court for my inefficiency. Might be better to give the jury a short recess while I get the appropriate exhibits marked.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a 15-minute break. Remember my previous instructions. You're not to do any research. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside the courtroom. Do not even think about this case unless you're in the courtroom. Does everyone understand? Yes. All right, everyone please rise for the jurors.
What date did you say, the 3rd?
All right.
You need your little microphone. Oh, he's got his.
No, I didn't.
No, you left it on the. Oh.
That's okay. All right, everyone, please be seated. Stated is still your witness. You may proceed.
Doctor, before the recess, talked about how you collected evidence from your body. And how do you describe that process again?
Yes, we collected fingernail clippings using sterile clippers into a sterile piece of paper and then packaged in an envelope for each hand. We also did a sexual assault kit, which involved the pubic hair combings and pulled known pubic hairs, same for the scalp hair, and then swabs and smears created from the oral cavity, the vaginal cavity, and the rectal cavity.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you an envelope that has been marked as State's Exhibit number 56. And inside the contents of State's 56 is a plastic bag that contains a number of, I guess, sub-exhibits.
Defense, you may move about. Maybe you need gloves as well?
Okay. Okay. And so, it's 56B. So there's an envelope marked as State's 56A. And if you could, what is State's 56A?
This is what we call a coin envelope, and it contains the fingernail clippings from the left hand and from the right hand, as well as the clippers that were used to trim the nails.
Okay. And how do you know that these are the clippings that you took in the conduct of the autopsy on Ms. Boyd?
This envelope is labeled with stickers with her case number.
Okay.
And her name.
All right. And you placed them in yourself?
We did, yes, sir.
Okay. How many swabs do you collect?
We collect swabs from the oral cavity, vaginal cavity, and rectal cavity. So, but 2 sets from the vaginal cavity. So that would be 8 total swabs in 3 containers.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as swabs, 3 containers. They've been banded together, both with the State's Exhibit 56B. Examine State's 56B. Is that fairly likely look like the swabs you collected in the autopsy you conducted on Ms. Boyd?
Yes, sir.
And how is it you can just testify to that?
Each one is labeled with her case number, her name, and what it is.
Okay. And then there,
Like you're pumping them out.
and then there are 3 flat containers, look like wrapped in cardboard. They're identified as dry specimens smears, 3 of those, and they are marked as State's Exhibit 56C.
Yes, these are cardboard slide holders. So there's 3 of them here. Each one contains 2 glass slides, like microscopic slides. So after those swabs, cotton-tipped swabs, have sat in each of the respective cavities, I pull them out one at a time and smear each one on separate, clean, sterile, microscopic slides, and then set the rectal one aside, and then do the same for the oral and do the same for the vaginal. So we have the swabs, and we have what we call smears. It's where we take that cotton swab and smear it onto the glass slide. So there's 3 of those, 1 for oral, 1 for rectal, and 1 for vaginal.
And then finally, you also mentioned combings, and we have a number of envelopes marked States 56D. What is that?
So these are, are they all labeled D or is each one separate?
56D is one, 56E, 56F, and 56G.
Sure, so D as in dog is the combed scalp hair, and that is a piece of paper placed beneath her scalp hair and with a sterile new plastic comb used to comb any kind of debris out of her hair and onto the paper. The paper is folded up along with that same plastic comb and it's put in this envelope. I can feel the comb inside. It's labeled with her case number and what the specimen is. 56E as in elephant is the pulled scalp hair. And so this is again with the sterile piece of paper and plucking representative hairs from different regions of the scalp, placing into the paper and into the envelope and sealing it. And then that process is repeated in what is labeled as F and G. F is the combed pubic hair, same process with the comb that I can feel inside the envelope. And then G is the pulled pubic hair, same where representative samples of pubic hair are plucked.
And so then, Doctor, the contents of all those exhibits you just discussed, do those consist of the physical evidence you obtained off the body in the autopsy of Miss Boyd?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I tender States 56 and its contents to the defense for inspection and move to introduce States 56 into evidence.
I didn't even go over these. I heard him go over these. I didn't even go over these. Did I miss that?
I'll let you inquire. I would call them these.
May I inquire, Judge?
Yes.
Doctor, 56C versus 56B, these are the swabs that you use, correct?
No, B is the swabs, yes.
And then C are tell me about C.
C is the microscopic slides where each of those swabs is smeared onto their own individual set of 2 slides and placed in this cardboard slide holder. One for the oral swabs put onto slides, we call those smears. Another for the rectal swabs that are then smeared onto the slides, and then another for the vaginal swabs that are smeared onto the slides.
And you did all of that yourself?
Yes, sir.
And your initials are on here somewhere? I know you said your tags are on here, but are your actual initials? There's a lot of handwriting, so.
Yes, sir. This is me, WM.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what that was. All right. Now the rubber bands, I'm assuming those were just put in after the fact. You didn't submit them.
Yeah, I don't remember bundling them in rubber bands. I might have, or the technician might have done that.
And inside of these, there's 2 per.
Yes, sir.
2 per sample.
Yes, sir.
And did you package this into this large envelope? 'Cause I don't see the same initials on this packaging. And if it's there, I apologize.
No.
I don't see that same,
No.
I see your marking here on these, but I don't see it on this.
I did not. This is a label created by the San Antonio Police Department. So this envelope and this label are not from the medical examiner's office.
But these items inside are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No objections, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit number 56 with the contents 56A, B, C, D, E, F, and G is admitted without objection. You may continue your direct examination.
Fine.
Do you want them back?
That's where they're gonna go in. So, Doctor, what's already been, it's 26. Yes. Doctor, showing what's already been admitted to evidence states 26B. What is the purpose of taking that shot?
This photograph is to link the most recognizable part of any person's body, which is their face, with the unique case number that we assign to that decedent.
All right. And you don't establish your name and identity until you have proof in the office, in your office, correct?
Well, that depends. Usually, the majority of people who come to our office for autopsy have been identified. There's usually no reason to doubt their identity. On occasion, people come in completely unidentified as a John Doe. Sometimes they come in tentatively identified, and then in those cases, we can take steps, fingerprints, DNA, what we need to do to establish or at least confirm the suspected identity. I believe that we knew who she was, and I don't think there was any need to prove it with fingerprints, but if needed, we collect fingerprints on every decedent anyways, just in case it is needed.
Just for clarity, this autopsy 2015-2243 was performed on who?
Paula Boyd. I believe that she was referred to as Paulita when I autopsied her.
And that is the party, correct?
Say again, I'm sorry?
This is the person, the body who you performed the autopsy that you just testified about.
Yes, sir.
What were your findings overall where you listed them? What did you conclude to be the manner of death?
The manner of death I classified as homicide.
And about what time did you conclude your autopsy, your examination on October 22nd?
Oh, just having started it at 9, I would just estimate probably around 11:30, somewhere in that range.
Okay. Finally, you previously testified that it's procedure in your office for medical examiner investigators to go to a crime scene and then collect and retrieve the body per your protocol.
Yes, sir.
Now, there's been evidence that
Do you want to offer that picture of evidence you're showing to that?
it's already been done. Yeah, sorry.
It's not in, though, is it?
Yeah, 26 is in. It's in there.
It's 26?
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
There's, showing you what's already in evidence, the State's Exhibit 10, and there's been testimony that the body was initially found surrounded by this bedding, pillows, etc. And then under State's Exhibit 9, those items have been removed, and there's been testimony these are the medical examiners, your representatives of your office. How is a body transported? How do your personnel, the investigators, just carry a body out as they are? What do they put them in a container? What happens?
So our investigator is at the scene and brings with him, or with her, in this case him, he brought with him a brand new, never used before transport body pouch or a body bag. It's large, 7 foot long with a zipper that fully opens. But he also brought with him a new clean white flat bed sheet. And there, after he's done with his exam, he would have placed this sheet around the body, on the side of the body, and then rolled the body and tucked the sheet underneath so that she was entirely enshrouded in this sheet, and then placed with that sheet into the body transport bag, and it's zipped and sealed with that zipper, zip tie type of seal with the unique case serial number on it. And then that bag with the body inside is placed onto a gurney, much like at a hospital or that an EMT uses, a collapsible one that goes to the ground. Placed there, it's brought up, and then the body transport people will move the body out into their vehicle and bring the body to our office.
Right, and so to do all of that, if there was like bedding linen or other evidence, do medical examiners take that other evidence to your lab, or does that go someplace else?
No, we do not want that evidence. Our focus is the body. If there's something wrapped around the body or on the body or in the body, then that will come with us. If it's just sitting there at the scene, we don't want the pillow. All we're going to do, if it does come, is set it off to the side and give it right to the investigating agency anyways. So our medical legal death investigators leave those items there at the scene, and whoever's in charge of investigating the scene will collect it if they want it or leave it if they don't. That's not up to us.
And you have also, earlier in your answer, you used the word examination, that the medical examiner's personnel, what type of examinations do you do in the field to a body?
Well, sure. They're at the scene. Mr. Leyva would make observations of body position, how the body's found, any kind of hemorrhage or any bleeding, any materials on the body surface, clothing, that sort of thing. Also, he would make observations about rigor mortis and liver mortis, the lividity of the body. He might make an observation as to her temperature, at least to the touch, the temperature of the environment. Is the air conditioner running? Is it scalding hot? And then just general scene observations. Is the front door locked? Is it kicked in? Is it kicked down? Broken windows? Anything like that.
So it's already in evidence in States Exhibit 12. There's gloved hand manipulating the jaw. Could that be consistent with the examination that the medical examiners, investigators might do at a scene?
Yes, sir.
Finally, are you able, does the science that you practice, are you able to, for the body to be in the state it was, rigor mortis was easily broken. How soon after death does that process start, and how long does it take to get to what you saw is easily broken?
Well, there's tons of variables that go into that. As I mentioned before, as soon as a person dies and their heart is no longer beating and the molecular processes in their bodies are no longer taking place, rigor mortis, the rigidity of the muscles, will begin right away. In the first few minutes, it's not nearly developed enough to offer any sort of resistance. A person moves as freely as gravity or another force will act on it. But the small muscles are affected first, so the fingers will begin to stay in the position they're in at the time of death. The facial muscles will become a little difficult and stiffer than you would expect. Moving the lips, opening the eyes will become noticeable in about 30 minutes to an hour. If you're well trained and you know what to look for, it's closer to 30 minutes, but at an hour, most people would notice there's something different about opening the lips, for example. But then this progresses and becomes more and more steady as time goes on. And after about 2 hours, a layperson would notice that the hands are clenched, that it's difficult to open the fingers, and would notice that there's some rigidity there. Beyond an hour, then we start to notice in the bigger muscles of the biceps and the legs that it's becoming more difficult to manipulate this body and move this body. By the 3 hour, 4 hour mark, now when a body is moved from one position to the other, the arms and legs are going to stay in that original position, but might still, an average build person could still break that rigor and straighten the arm out, for example. But by 8 hours, it's set in there. For a muscular individual, it can be very difficult, even for another muscular individual, to break his rigor. If he's a fit, early 20s athletic guy, it can be very difficult to straighten that person's arm out after 8 hours, after 10 hours. It's going to be set very well. After that peak in the 8-10 hour range, then the opposite effect gradually starts to happen. And it does take another 8 hours or so before it's gone to the point where the arms and legs move with little manipulation and can easily be straightened out. Tons of factors influence that. In a very cold environment, like our walk-in cooler, our incoming cooler, that's the reason why we put them in a cooler at such a low temperature. We arrest that process, and wherever they are, when we put them into that environment and get their body temperature lowered, they will theoretically, generally, stay in that condition until we pull them out of the cooler and put them back at an average room temperature for the examination. Then the process starts up right away again. So tons of factors go into it. Not sure if that answered your question or not.
It does. Now, State's Exhibit 16, let me see, is taken on the thermostat inside her apartment. Are you able to make out that temperature?
Yes, sir. I think so. I think it says 71 degrees.
All right. Now, 71 degrees, could that retard, or it's a little cooler than the normal temperature in San Antonio, could that retard or degrade that timeline for the onset of rigor?
That is on the cooler side, and it would slow down that process more than if it was 80 degrees or 90 degrees or 105 degrees.
And then once it gets to your facility, the cooler is intended to preserve as much evidence as possible, correct?
It's intended to prevent decomposition, and the process of continuing through that rigor mortis curve is part of the decomposition process.
So from all of that, could you project an estimated time of death working backwards with the data you know?
Well, there's a couple different pieces of information that can give some insight to this. One is my observation at the time of the autopsy, which is 9 a.m. on October 22nd. Her rigor mortis is easily broken. So whatever position her arm is in, we can easily straighten it out and manipulate her body with very little resistance. So that's telling me that she's been dead on the order of 10, 12, 14 hours, or 28 or 48 hours. So there's a little information there from my autopsy, but a lot of the specificity, the usefulness of that has been erased by her having sat in the cooler overnight until I started the autopsy the next morning. One more significant piece of information for me is the observation Mr. Leyva made at the scene when he arrived. And he describes her rigor mortis in her arms and her legs and in her jaw as being on the scale of 2+. So that's on the medium to fixed range. So it's not so stiff and rigid and very difficult to move, but it's there, it's observable. He can feel the rigor mortis, but he, being a grown man and her being a 75-year-old woman, he can move that and manipulate that. but it's definitely there and it's set. So that gives me more information than what I see at the autopsy. He also describes her lividity as being on her back, consistent with the position she was in, but not being fixed. And lividity is the settling of the blood that happens as soon as your heart stops beating. When it quits moving the blood, it immediately will settle to the part of the body that is closest to the surface of the earth. So in Miss Boyd's case, she's lying on her back, so she has what's called posterior lividity, or lividity on her backside. And that is made visible to us by a red discoloration of the skin of her back. And it's darker red compared to the front surface in this case, except for where her body is touching the ground or touching another object, and then it's blanched. And that's because the blood vessels are being compressed and blood's not allowed to trickle into there where she's touching the surface. But in those parts of her back that are not touching anything and the skin is not being compressed, then we can see the lividity. And Mr. Leyva describes that it was not fixed. That means that when he presses against her skin and moves his fingers, he can see the outline of his fingers. If he presses the thumb and moves it, he can see the white blanching of his thumb, and then he can watch it return and become red again. And that tells us that it hasn't settled yet. The lividity timeline is close to the rigor mortis timeline in that it becomes fixed and set in the 8 to 10 hour range after death. When you press your thumb and move it, it doesn't blanch, it stays red the whole time. So the combination of the rigor mortis being described as a +2 and the lividity being not fixed tells me she's dead in the order of an hour, 2 hours, up to maybe 6 hours to get to this point. Maybe even 8 hours, considering that it's 71 degrees, she's nude, the environment is cool, it isn't overly hot. So that's the far end, but it's more likely in that 6 hour range or even a little less.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Judge. So that's consistent with her being seen watering the plants at 8 a.m. that same morning, correct?
That would be, my investigator's on scene at 4:39, making his observations, so 8 hours before that would be 8:39. So that would be at the very far extreme end of the possible realm, considering how Mr. Leyva described her rigor mortis and liver mortis. That would be at the very far extreme.
Is that a yes or no? I mean, somebody said they saw her at 8 o'clock in the morning alive.
It is possible, yes.
Okay. And your job, I mean, let's be frank, it's not an exact science. Your answers, are possibilities, not certainties, right? For example, this broken rib thing. He's making a big deal if a 340-pound guy sat on you, it's possible you could break 15 ribs, right?
Yes.
It's also possible if two guys come in and kick the crap out of you and beat you, you could break 15 ribs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And right-handed, left-handed, she's beat on both sides of her face, consistent with the possibility of multiple people beating her up, correct?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, sexual assault. I didn't hear you describe any evidence of sexual assault. There's no vaginal tearing, correct?
That's correct.
There's no anal tearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on the pictures, it looks like there's some smeared blood. Is that what that is? On the neck and face region, there's some smear marks. Is that smeared blood?
Well, I guess, you have the photo that you're thinking of?
I don't, but I will. How about that?
Sure.
I shouldn't say I do. Thank you, Steve. Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
like some of the, like for example in, oh, I should have worn glasses, 41. Is any of this stuff smeared blood, or are those just results of injury or post-traumatic injury results?
Yeah, so none of this in this photograph is smeared blood.
Okay.
These are abrasions, scrapes of the skin, and bruises.
Now, you took DNA, you said, for the sexual assault exam, anal, oral, rectum. You said that you think that perhaps she had been asphyxiated, correct? Choked?
Yes.
So did you take DNA samples or swab her neck?
I did not.
Are you familiar with transfer DNA?
I am.
And am I correct in stating that if I was to grab Lindsay by her neck with my hands, my DNA could be transferred onto her neck?
It could be, yes.
And if you swabbed her neck, subsequent to my grabbing her, you could find my DNA on her neck?
It's possible.
Okay. I don't see pictures, or I didn't hear you use the word ligature. Is that because you didn't see anything consistent with the use of a ligature?
I didn't see a ligature and didn't see any marks on her neck that looked like a ligature.
Now, one thing I am concerned about is your testimony relies on your medical knowledge, and you testified that the liver was on the left side. But that's wrong. Your liver is on your right side. Am I correct? I mean,
It is on the right side, yes,
yeah,
sir.
you said that her liver's on her left side.
Oh, no. Well, I misspoke.
Oops, okay.
Apologies.
Any reason why your examiners would tamper with the scene and move evidence around?
No.
Shouldn't do that?
Well,
As far as you know? You weren't there, right?
I'm not sure. Well, what question am I answering? I'm sorry.
Is there any reason your people would move evidence around?
Well, I guess it depends on what you call evidence, but there are reasons why my medical legal death investigators would move objects at the scene. But
they place objects underneath the victim that weren't originally underneath the victim.
Well, they would place a body bag. They would place the white sheet under the victim.
The things they brought with them, right?
Right.
Okay, but not things that were already there.
Yeah, I wasn't at the scene, so I don't know what they would or wouldn't do, or why they might do it. But generally speaking, we don't. Our investigators don't tuck items underneath decedents.
Okay. The wounds on her hand, you said they were, once again, did you say they were defensive wounds or they could be defensive wounds?
Yeah, I said they're the type of injuries that could be defensive wounds.
They also could be wounds from lots of things, correct?
That's true.
Okay. That's all I have.
No further questions, John.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
He's excused on our end, Judge.
All right, if you'll leave this square microphone.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You got it?
State, call your next witness.
State calls Brenda Boyd.
State defense, could you come up briefly? We're not on the record, so okay.
If you could put this on your...
All right, could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
All right, you can lower your hand. Just make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, that's good. And if you state your name for the record?
Brenda Boyd Bettis.
All right, state you may proceed.
And ma'am, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, and how are you related to the complainant in this case, Paula Boyd?
Paula Boyd's my mother. I'm her daughter.
Okay, and where are you in, what number child are you in this home?
Number 2.
Okay. And do you live here in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
And when did you and your mother first get to San Antonio?
1966 for me when I was born.
Okay. And so you've lived here really all your life?
Yes, with the exception of probably 1976 to 1977 when we moved, and then we returned back to San Antonio, Texas in about 1978.
I want you to just tell the jury a little bit about your mom, briefly. What was she like?
She reminded me of a star that shined bright because of her beautiful spirit and positive energy. She could make you feel like that you were the most special person in that moment. She was very giving and loving.
And?
May we approach, Judge?
Yes. All right, state you may proceed.
How long did your mother live in Stone Oak Apartments?
Probably from 2000. Actually, she lived with me when I think in 1998. And then when I moved out, and then I think she continued to live there.
All right. And so from about 1998 on to her death in 15, she lived in Stone Oak.
Yes, sir.
And how long, from your knowledge, how long did she work for HEB?
Probably since the 90s.
And did she always work in the food service in the deli area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before her death on Wednesday, October the 21st, when is the last time you had seen your mother?
We were together on Thursday, October 15th.
And what was that occasion? What did you do?
We went to go visit my grandma to Dora Mendez in Bandera, Texas.
What type of spirits was your mother in there?
Oh, she was so happy. She had just recently had her doctor checkup, so she was ecstatic about how well she was doing.
Okay. And how did you find out about your mother's passing?
I found out by Marlene Brown texting me or sending me through Messenger.
Who was Marlene Brown?
She worked at Stone Oak Apartments. She was the manager.
Okay. what did you do when you found out? Did you go to the apartment?
After I found out, I contacted my husband and my sisters and my children, and then went to the apartment.
Was your mother still at the apartment when you got there?
No, sir.
Were there any police officers, any authorities there?
Yes, there was a police officer.
Did anyone else show up that day, Wednesday, October 21st?
Yes, R.C. Curtis, my niece Erica Bustos, and the boys.
Showing you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 21. And what is R.C. Curtis wearing in State's 21?
A yellow and white shirt with blue jeans.
Okay. And who are the other people in the picture that is State's 21?
The lady with the blue and dark hair, that's my sister Madi Mendez, and then the taller young lady's my niece, which is her daughter, Marisa Bustos, and then the young lady in the red is my niece, which is Madi's daughter, Erica Bustos.
Okay. And how is RC related to either of the sisters? How is he related to? Is he married to one of them?
RC is or was married to Erica Bustos, the lady in red.
Okay. And how long have you known RC?
Since 1999,
Okay.
when he was dating my niece Erica Bustos.
Okay. He's changed his appearance substantially since this. You see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you could, please point to him and identify an article of clothing he's wearing.
Over there with the black and the white t-shirt. He looks different.
Okay. And is he the only African-American man at the person at the defense table?
Yes, sir.
And for the record, Your Honor, the witnesses identified the defendant. So you previously testified that when you were there, the defendant and his family drove up to the apartment. Did you talk to your niece and your nephew-in-law?
Yes.
Who specifically did you talk to?
Erica Bustos, R.C. Curtis, and the boys.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing when you saw him that evening?
Yes, he was wearing a red tank top and I believe a baseball cap and shorts. And I remember it was a tank top because, apologies, but he had hugged me and I got into his armpit area and he wasn't fresh. I don't remember that.
Did you all interact or talk long?
Not long.
Okay. Did you, after you two separated, when you were alone at home, were you thinking about your mother? What did you do after you left that night, Wednesday that night?
We went home. My husband and I went home, and I believe we dropped off my daughter, Holiday Boyd Nambranya.
Okay. Did you help your mother in managing her affairs?
Yes.
How so?
I had my mother on my bank account to help manage her accounts and her finances.
Specifically, what account are you talking about?
Wells Fargo and Wood Forest bank accounts.
Okay. So you said your bank account.
Yes, my name was on there and my mother, it's a joint account.
Okay. And why did you do that? Why did your mother allow you to do that?
My mother was having very difficult financial situations and she expressed the problems she was having, and so I offered to help manage her money so that she could get back on task.
How did your mother support herself? What did she do to support herself?
She worked at the HEB and then she received social security check.
What did you do that night?
That night when I found out my mother had passed away, of course we were grieving, and then I checked my bank account because I was curious what Mom was doing before she had passed away. And then I noticed activity off of Huebner Road, and I thought that was peculiar because that was far away from where she lived.
How did you do this? How did you look at and check?
Oh, through my phone, my cell phone, on my app.
Okay. And what type of activity did you notice?
Are we approached? Yes.
Are to wholly disregard it. Does everyone understand? You're not to consider it at all. Does everyone understand? Yes. Is there anyone who is unable to do that? All right. You may proceed.
And as you went to bed the evening of the 21st of October, what did you understand about your mother's death?
I was told it was due to natural.
Sustain.
Without talking about anybody told you. Did you accept your mother's death that night, 21st?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do the next day, Thursday, October 22nd, 2015?
My husband and I went to the apartment.
And why did you go to the apartment?
I was going to document the things in my mom's apartment for my sisters and I.
Why were you going to do that?
Because I was going to take care of business.
And what do you mean by taking care of business?
I was going to take care of my mother's belongings.
Okay. And can you elaborate what you mean about taking care of her belongings?
I was going to document to see what's in there so my sisters and I would have that information, and then I would be responsible for removing all of her items because rent was going to be due.
And how did you plan on documenting what you saw in apartment 205 with Stone Oak Apartments?
With my phone, video, camera.
When you got there do you remember about what time you got there on Thursday, October 22nd?
1:30 to 2 o'clock-ish.
And who did you meet when you got to your mother's apartment?
There was a maintenance man and then Detective Hines.
Okay. And was that the first time you met or heard of Detective Hines?
Yes.
Did you record your interaction with Detective Hines?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was planning to record once I went into the apartment, but I wasn't allowed to go in the apartment and the phone was still recording.
Did you eventually provide me with a copy of your recording of your interaction with Detective Hines?
Yes, sir.
May I approach witness, Sharon?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 57 for identification. You recognize what's on State's, what is State's 57 for identification?
The DVD of my recording with Detective Hines.
And how do you know it's the DVD of your recording with Detective Hines on Thursday, October 22nd, 2015?
Because I saw it and I gave it to you and then I initialed it.
Okay. And so you viewed this State's 57 and those initials that you placed on it?
Yes, sir.
And is State's 57 fair and accurate with the recording of your interaction with the detective on Thursday, October 22nd, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Tender State's 57 for identification to defense for inspection, and I move to introduce State's 57 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 57 is admitted without objection.
We have to run through the defense. That's the only way we can say for sure who someone is. As soon as that happens, I will let you know. But we found out this morning that she was in fact murdered. She didn't die of natural causes.
She was murdered?
Yes.
Oh, my heart's beating so fast, sir.
It's one of those cases where she didn't have any injuries that were external that showed right away that she died, but that she could have died from when they did the autopsy. They found internal injuries that could only have been caused by someone beating her.
I'm trying to process this.
That's fine. I'll take as much time as you need.
So, you said that the injuries occurred. I'm trying to process what you're telling me.
Okay.
The injuries that occurred were only through somebody beating her.
The doctor who performed the autopsy this morning, he gave me that information. Okay? And we had one of our other detectives actually present at the autopsy. And he said that everything that he found inside and the other showed that she was beaten. We just don't know how to do it. Okay? What's going to happen from here, once I get the positive identification, we'll release the information to the media, and I'll call you and let you know what confirmation that I really get confirmed. But as far as going back into the property,
Of course, yes.
7784041?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that the only number to call you at?
You can reach my husband.
It's 210. What's your name for me?
And States 57, who is the visible leg and trousers? Let me see, who is that?
Detective Hines.
And there's another voice in the background. Whose voice is that?
My husband, Pete Bettis.
And there was also a set of jeans that walked up to you. Do you know who that was?
No, sir.
Wasn't part of your family?
Not part of my family.
So, is that how you found out how your mother died?
Yes.
Were you able to get into that apartment that day?
No.
What did you do after learning about the your mother's cause of death?
Detective Hines and I had a more conversation, and I had told him about the active. Not that. I went to the bank, Wells Fargo, to get the bank statement.
Did you see Detective Hines later that day?
Yes, sir.
Where?
At my home.
Who else besides Detective Hines was at your home?
My husband, Pete Bettis, my daughter, Holiday Boyd Nembrania, and her child, and another family member, and then my son, John Daniel Nembrania, and then later on, Maudie Mendez, my sister, and her husband, Richard Diaz, later showed up, as well as Detective Hines.
Okay. And why did Detective Hines come to your house?
To pick up the bank statement.
May I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
And can you approach? So, that day, the 22nd, and did anyone that was at your house on the 22nd, did they leave with Detective Hines?
Yes.
Who was that?
My son, John Daniel Nembrania.
Okay. Did he come back later on that night?
Yes, really late.
Okay. And did you see Detective Hines again?
Yes.
What day did you actually see Detective Hines?
Tuesday, October 27th.
Okay. And where did you go and see him at?
At the San Antonio Police Department. Excuse me.
Okay. And what did you do? Who did you go alone? Did you go with anyone else?
No, sir, I did not go alone. I went with my husband, Pete Bettis.
And what did the two of you do at the San Antonio Police?
Maybe we approach. Sorry.
on October the 27th. Were you able to identify anyone with Detective Hines?
Objection, Judge. All right. Can I have parties approach?
All right, everyone, please be seated. State.
Moving on from before our recess. Were you ever able to get into your mother's apartment to clear it out?
Yes.
And did you find any of your mother's documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You previously testified, when's the last time you saw your mother?
Thursday, October 15th, 2015.
When you interacted with your mother, did she have an everyday purse or handbag?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe it?
A blue jean handbag purse. Blue.
Would she carry a wallet, other things inside that?
Pardon me, what was the question?
Would she carry a wallet? What would she carry inside that blue jean purse?
Oh, her lipstick and her wallet and hairbrush and makeup.
Can I approach the witness, Sharon?
Yes.
Show me what is marked in State's Exhibit number 58 for identification. What is State's 58 for identification?
It's a picture of my mom, Paula Boyd, with her blue jean purse, key, and my son, John Daniel Navanya.
Okay. And do you recall this when State's 58 for identification was taken?
Yes, during Christmas.
What year?
I believe 2014.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately reflect your mother at that time and the blue handbag you described?
Yes, sir.
Tender State's 58 to defense for inspection. Move to introduce State's 58 evidence.
No objection. State's 58 is admitted without objection.
And publish. So and when did you say this was taken?
2014.
And is this the blue handbag?
Yes, sir.
When you finally got into your mother's apartment to clear belongings, did you find that bag?
No, sir.
showing you what is marked states number 59 for identification. What is states 59 a picture of?
That's my mom, Paula Boyd, and my grandma, Tedora Mendez. That was the last picture I took of my mom.
Okay. And is that visit you took on the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Tender defense for inspection states 59 for identification. We'll introduce states 59 into evidence.
No objection. States exhibit number 59 is admitted without objection.
And this is your last visit. What kind of mood was your mother in during that visit on the 15th of October?
She was in a great mood.
That's right, she was upbeat about her medical doctor's visit.
Yes, sir.
Did she also carry that same purse with her on that visit?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions of the witness at this time, Your Honor. I pass.
All right, defense, ask your question.
Thank you, Judge. The picture with the purse, that was what, a year and change before, almost a year before this happened, correct? You said it was Christmas of 2014?
Correct.
Okay. And speaking of Christmas, Christmas was a time that involved RC, didn't it? RC played an important part in the Christmas pageant in your family, didn't he?
Oh, yes, sir.
Because who played Santa? There's multiple pictures of someone every year playing Santa Claus. Who was that someone?
It was R.C. Curtis for one occasion that I recall.
Would it surprise you that in her apartment there were pictures from multiple years of him playing Santa Claus?
What was the question again?
Would it surprise you in her apartment there were pictures from multiple years of him playing Santa Claus?
Yes, because I only know of 1 year.
Okay. Now the key, did you not have a key to your mother's apartment?
That's correct. I did not have a key to my mother's apartment.
When you went, and I guess it's safe to say your relationship with RC was a good relationship, correct?
Correct.
Because when you found out your mother had passed, you notified RC and Erica.
No, I did not. I notified Marty Mendez.
Marty notified RC?
I assume, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, you say that day you got there, talk about the 21st, the day that you found out your mother had passed. You said you got there and there was one police officer still present.
Yes, sir.
And based on your comment to Mr. Harris that the first time you met Hines was the next day, I can safely assume that the cop present on the 21st was not Detective Hines. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Who was the officer present when you were at your mother's apartment on the 21st?
I do not remember his name.
Okay. Now let's talk. So, was that the only officer present?
On the 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So, what time do you think you got there?
Probably around, I would say before 4 o'clock.
Okay. And I'm trying to be sensitive to this question. Had your mother's body already been removed?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was your mother's apartment then closed or was it still open?
It was closed. We weren't able to go in.
Okay, it was already closed.
Yes, sir.
And what the police officer that was still there, what was he doing?
He spoke to me.
He was just hanging out in the parking lot, or when you drove up, how did you come into contact with him?
I guess approaching the apartment, and I noticed the officer, and so I went up to him.
Okay. Now the next day is when you met Hines.
Yes, sir.
And that's the video we saw.
Yes, sir.
Now in that video, there's a door that's open throughout that video. Is that the door to your mother's apartment?
Yes, sir.
So Hines is out there talking to you, but the apartment door is open.
It appeared, yes, it was open.
Who was in the apartment?
I do not know.
Did you see people coming and going? Or not?
What, from the inside the apartment?
Yes.
No, sir, just outside the apartment.
There were people milling around outside?
It was Detective Hines, the maintenance man, and then that young lady that came up that I didn't know who she was.
Did you have any contact with the maintenance man?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I have at this time, Judge.
All right, any,
Just one, this is redirect, Judge. Ma'am, approach the witness.
yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what is marked as already admitted evidence in State's Exhibit number 26. Who is this person in State's 26?
That's my mom, Paula Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Boyd. I pass the witness.
I have a few more questions, Judge. Ms. Boyd.
Just 1 moment, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry they had to do, that was not necessary. I apologize on behalf of everyone. That didn't have to happen. Do you remember meeting with the state of Texas on November the 26th of 2024? Specifically, these 3 lawyers and an advocate? And you talked to them about your testimony?
Say the question again, please.
On November the 20th of last year, 2024, you met with the state to discuss your testimony. Do you remember that?
I do remember, I don't remember the exact date. I'd have to look at my calendar to tell you the exact date.
Well, I have notes from that meeting.
Okay.
And on that day, I'm led to believe you indicated you had been there the Monday before it happened with your mom. You cooked, you ate, you watched, you did laundry, and you were there for a while, just the 2 of us. Is that not true?
That is not true.
Okay. Now, talking about doing laundry, RC and Erica did their laundry at your mom's apartment. You knew that, right?
Yes, sir.
Regularly. That wasn't unusual, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Say,
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
all right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
I would like that State will move to have her subject to recall.
All right, so either the state or the defense may call you back as a witness. If you'll leave the square microphone behind, and you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for today. I'm going to ask that you all be back here tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. And again, the same number of jurors that were here the last time will be the same number of jurors this time. So to make sure you have a parking space, probably best to be here no later than 8:30. Remember my previous instructions. You're not allowed to view anything about this case. Do not think about this case outside this courtroom. You're not allowed to start deliberating with each other or talking to each other about the testimony that you've heard or deliberating with yourself internally. Do not do any investigation. Everything that you need to know about this case is to come from inside this courtroom and nowhere else. Does everyone understand? Yes. All right, and just make sure your badges are visibly displayed when you're here at the courthouse. Everyone, please rise for the jurors.